Good morning, everyone. I hope you're all good. We're about to start with our program and the duty of the day. And of course, today, most of our students couldn't join us because some of them are writing. But hopefully when they're done, they're going to be here.
And unfortunately, we are using this mic. They're still dealing with the sound issue there. So don't be surprised if we are here mumbling on one mic. So yeah. Are we audible enough? Perfect. So before we can start, let me start by appreciating you for being here and for making this event a success. Please give yourself a round of applause for being here. Thanks.
And with that said, I'm going to first start by introducing myself. My name is Jacqueline Malachi, and I'm a master's student here at the University of Limpopo. And I'm going to be your co-program director for the day. But yes, I'm not working alone, so I'm driving this plane with this marvelous gentleman next to me. He's going to introduce himself.
My name is Delphia Mujela, and I'm from the Film and Publication Board in the Marketing, Communications, and Stakeholder Office. So this plane is being driven by a very, very exciting team, and I'm expecting you to, loosen up. Let's not be too serious. Let's have fun. This event is about the youth, so even if you're old, there's still some youth inside you. So please, let's try to loosen up and have fun and have a fruitful discussion. Do we agree? Do we agree? Perfect.
Although I feel like the yeses are very nervous a bit. They're just like, yes.
Yeah.
Do we agree? Okay, that's a bit better. Thank you. So we're going to start our program. Well, we're also still waiting for another mic because using this one alone together, we can't even use our personalities to its potential. But we'll try. We'll try. So we're going to continue. We have our program with us. And yeah, let's just have fun.
So basically, the reason why we are having this event, let me give you just a big background. The Film Application Board started with the road show from the higher learning institutions. We started at Northwest University and went to VUT. Then we ended up with University of Venda. So ULU are the chosen one. We said we have to close it, where we will be announcing and also inaugurating our Youth Council, South African Online Safety Youth Council. So basically the road shows was to have a conversation. I don't know whether you know this, but the Film Application Board has an expanded mandate in regulating online harms and harmful content, let me put it that way, harmful content on the online spaces, especially on social media. We are active on social media as the youth and also as, everyone basically. So you have to understand the things that we talk about, whether what you're saying, are you contributing to, the misinformation, the cyberbullying, the revenge pornography, because you know that we had some recent incidents. I won't mention a name, but one of the celebrities, they shared their naked pictures and videos. So basically, you have to understand what the consequences behind sharing such content and what does it do to other users. So basically, that's the conversation, and also you have to create an online environment, a safer online environment for the youth. So that's the main thing, basically.
And I think it's quite good that, I think it's a good day to be a youth today, because we're going to be learning about also cyberbullying. We know that most of us, we are a victim of cyberbullying. And I believe that from the first time when I entered into the media studies class, they always told me that the media can make you or break you, so it's how you use it. So I think that today it's a good day to learn about those. But without any further ado, I was given the duty to introduce my own, because I'm a student of the university and I have to abide by the university and be proud of it. I was given the duties of introducing our first speaker, And I'm very proud to be in a space where I see professors, doctors, and it's actually inspired me to continue with my studies because I was about to quit my master's, so now I know that the vision is clear. Yeah. I'm going forward, PhD until the end. So,
before we do that, let's acknowledge the presence of people. We have Google South Africa. Please give them a round of applause for being here. We have ICASA. We have .zna domain. We have MDDA. We have Media Monitoring Africa.
I think with all the names that you've mentioned, I'm so happy. For so long, I wanted to know what is ICASA about because we've been studying. We are told that it regulates us, but today we're going to be learning more. So without any further ado, our first speaker, it's going to be our very own Deputy Vice Chancellor for Teaching and Learning here at the University of Limpopo. I think most of us, we are familiar with him, and one of our priceless possessions here at the University of Limpopo. Ladies and gentlemen, give a round of applause for Prof. Richard Motlatje.
Program directors, and before I even start, Jacqueline, I come from humanities. I was once a lecturer in humanities, so media studies is very close to my heart. Professor Siyasanga Chali, the Deputy Chairperson, from the Film and Publication Board Council, Dr. Wuluka, the Interim Chief Executive Officer from the Film and Publication Board, Mr. Sibapu, Legal Officer from the same board, Advocate Ngumalo, a co-founder, Land Friend and Miraki Legal Pty Limited, Ms. Luvisi Nkosinkulu, Head of Communications, Media Monitoring Africa, representatives from Google, Meta, Facebook, and of course, members or officials who come from the Film and Publication Board, ICASA.zna. I often came across this term and I was not aware what it was referring to, but today, in fact, I'm enlightened and I can proudly interact with students and I'll be asking them, do you know what .zna means? And not forgetting the academics who are here. I saw Prof. Muswete and many others, especially from the Department of Communication Studies, as well as Media Studies, and more importantly, the students. They are, I think, our critical component as far as today's program is concerned. On behalf of the Vice Chancellor, Prof. Mokhalong, I would like to greet all of you, and on his behalf, once again, to extend a word of welcome to all of you. I might not have mentioned your organization or your division by name, but be rest assured that we as an institution, we do welcome you, feel at home, and participate in the proceedings as much as possible. as far as the theme for today is concerned, we as an institution are highly thankful for a program of this nature, in the sense that in the education space, these days we depend a lot on the digital platforms. Many of our programs are being offered now virtually, or they are being done digitally, or they are online. And we write our tests, our assignments, and even exams using the online platforms, which then means the digital context, it's here to stay. You cannot wish it away, and we have to utilize it on a daily basis. The advantages, of course, as you might have seen in our case, we managed to traverse the COVID-19 pandemic period extremely well. We managed to conclude our 2020 academic year successfully by utilizing digital platforms. Even last year, we were highly dependent on various digital platforms, and we managed to navigate through challenges posed by COVID-19. Even this year, we are still reliant on various digital platforms to do our teaching, to conduct our research, to interact with colleagues. Some colleagues do work remotely, some are on campus. And this is enabled by the digital environment in which we find ourselves. But be that as it may, each platform or each context has pros and cons. So even with the digital platform, there are risks, there are dangers, there are threats. And as an institution, then we are highly thankful that the Film and Publication Board did zoom in on this issue to say, in spite of the advantages brought about by ICT or technology in particular, there are threats, there are risks which we should be aware of. And one of the risks which I often interact with my students is to say, behave well. Because if you don't behave well, the picture that you post in one of these digital platforms is going to be saved by somebody maybe in America. And one day when you apply for a job, they will remind you of that post. So it's a complex environment, and hence we feel that interactions of this nature from professionals that we have, like what we are going to do today, will help our students, will help even us who are adults to use technology properly and in a safe manner. Well, I'm not here to come and give a long speech, but to welcome all of you and take part in the activities and even in the debate actively, pose questions where you feel you still need more clarifications. So with these very few words, colleagues and students, once again, you are welcome. The university is part and parcel of you. As I said earlier, we cannot afford to be an island. We can only be regarded as a university if we contribute to the well-being of society. Thanks very much, program directors.
Thank you so much, Prof. That was a very good welcome. and we are happy that the university sees a very good opportunity in what the Film Application Board is aiming to do, and also we foresee collaboration in future. So thank you so much, Prof. So without wasting any time, I'm going to welcome Prof. Siyasanga Charlie, who is the deputy chairperson of the Film and Publication Board Council. So before I do that, let me give you a background of Prof. Prof. Charlie is an associate professor and chair of the Department of Communication Science at the University of South Africa in Pretoria. Before joining UNISA, Siyasanga was a Ford Foundation International Fellow at the University of KwaZulu-Natal and Johns Hopkins University in USA. He holds the following qualification: Bachelor Honors of Social Science from the University of Fort Hare, Masters of Social Science from the University of KwaZulu-Natal, and Doctor of Philosophy from the Witwatersrand. So please welcome Prof. Charlie to give us a keynote address of and explain to us why are we here from the council, the head of the Film Publication Board. Thank you.
Thank you for that introduction. I appreciate it. Good morning, everyone. I should say that in his absence, the Deputy Minister, thank you, the leadership of the university as led by the DVC, Prof. Richard Mandatse, the university community at large, and of course the student body, as well as the partners that we have here, .Zetna, ICASA, MultiChoice, Google, as well as, I think that is some of the few partners that we have here with us. And of course, thank you for joining us as we launch the Youth Online Safety Council. It's important for us to acknowledge that South Africa is once again leading in the media regulatory space by being one of the few countries, and as far as I understand, we are only the second country in the world with a youth focus when it comes to media regulation affairs. And so the question is, and I think that it is an important question, why the youth? Well, it is young people who are netizens, what we call netizens, having grown up with the internet as part of their lives. And in fact, according to the United Nations, globally, 1 in 3 users is what we call a child or a young person. And this is a global statistics. And in South Africa, in fact, according to Stats SA's General Household Survey for 2020, we have about 74% of households who had at least one member who had access to or use the internet at locations such as their homes, their work, their place of study, in internet cafes, or in public hotspots. And so this report claimed that internet access was the highest, in fact, in Gauteng, which was again followed by the Western Cape, and I think that there is no surprise there. But also interestingly, we then have Mpumalanga coming in as the third province when it comes to these statistics. However, Limpopo ranks among the lowest in terms of internet access in the country, and I think that it is this province as well as provinces such as the Eastern Cape when it comes to this issue. However, we should acknowledge the fact that this is more a function of opportunity rather than that of interest. In other words, it's a question that people do not have access to these resources. And so the uptake in internet access is facilitated by actually access to mobile phones. And I think that we've seen issues that the Global South has been leapfrogged to the age of the internet through the usage of smartphones. And so the Department of Communications and Digital Technologies, with, of course, our sister regulator, which is the Independent Communications Authority of South Africa, have over the past couple of years been working hard to get internet services providers to reduce actually the cost of data. And I think that this has been covered quite a lot by the media. And so although we have made some strides in this respect, however, South Africa continues to fare poorly when compared to some of our African counterparts when it comes to issues of data costs. It is perhaps also fitting, therefore, that we launch this critical instrument to place the youth at the podium in efforts to ensure online safety here in this province, which is, of course, a province whose potential needs to be unlocked via the Internet of Things. I think that research shows that about 67% of young people aged between 16 and 24 are perhaps the highest users of the Internet of Things. And I think that in this room, that would be the case as well. And so globally, the youth have been found to use and adopt information communication technology faster than any other population cohort. And I think that that is quite a factual statement. And so you'd find that then 62% of the population of 60 million people in South Africa are below the age of 36. This factor also makes this country a youth nation. This also means that just under 2/3 of South Africans are either active in the cyberspace or will be heading there as soon as they get to the legal age. And so you see that platforms such as TikTok, Facebook, WhatsApp, Twitter, and Instagram are some of the social media platforms that have an age restriction. And I think that age restriction is about 13 years old for a young person to actually be legally able to join them. And so such restrictions, which is the age restrictions, are premised on theories about child development, generally based on the assumption about the maturity of a child, or what we would call a young person. And so the question is, what is the precise age a child has to be in order to have social and emotional skills to cope with demands of social media? Are there other factors to consider, for example, the home and social environment of the child or the young person? What about the friends he or she makes, peer pressure, or wanting to fit in, as an example? I think that we all know that there are no neat answers to these questions, but we do hope that our Youth Online Safety Council will guide us as we ponder over the nitty-gritties of ensuring that a safe online environment for our youth in South Africa exists. The internet is a great facilitator of positive outcomes for users. For instance, connecting with others, exploring new experiences, learning about distant places and cultures, entertainment, and even launching successful and lucrative careers or business ventures. All these have been facilitated by access to the Internet of Things. Like most things, though, there are negative sides to the internet. And for the youth, these play out markedly in social media spaces. So, cyberbullying, trolling, disinformation, or fake news, incitement to violence are all part of the negative online experiences our youth face on a daily basis. Other experiences include what we call sextortion, what has been stated as revenge pornography, and the worst of them all, the use of children in the production of child sexual abuse materials and the exposure of children to adult content. And so these abuses cause a lot of distress, isolating targets, and in worst case scenarios, driving victims to actually commit suicide. And so studies have also shown that there are long-term effects of being bullied as a child, often staying with victims well into their adulthood and impacting on their quality of life. This raises then the important matter of responsible online behavior, or what is called netiquette. Platform users ought to be aware of the potential impact of their online behavior. You will learn, and I do hope that this will happen, in today's event about the permanence of the material that we put on the internet. The warning, as it has often been stated, goes, once you post in the internet, you cannot take it off. It stays there, and the internet does not forget. And so then the potential employers do background checks, and that include searching your online behavior. What digital footprints are you leaving in your online activities is something that all of us should individually ask ourselves. And so the Youth Council will have to help address these challenges, including the following: issues of privacy and how to protect it, reporting online abuse, and knowing the channels to report such abuses, getting parental involvement for underage children. And so another question is, how can parents be empowered so that they can monitor online behavior among underage children while also respecting their privacy? How to model good online behavior, the netiquette to your peers and younger siblings, and how to handle requests and messages from strangers when one is online. And so these point to what we generally refer to as digital literacy. We have in the audience young people of media studies and academics of media studies, and I should say that I also come from the media studies specialization. We have government entities, as I've mentioned some of them, including the MDDA. We also have online platform owners and content creators, who in most instances are often the youth. And so we look forward to a robust engagement about the implications of having this Youth Council in our online regulatory space. And of course, I should state that we would like to hear your thoughts about working with such an entity to promote a safe online environment for our young people. And so with these few words, I wanna say also feel free to engage with us. And thank you, Lolibu.
Thank you so much, Prof. I think it's very important that people should know that whatever you do on the internet, basically, there's no delete button. So everything that you do on the internet, it will stay there. So that is why we always encourage students when we do public education and awareness to say, think before you post. So all the time when you are on social media, just, think about whatever you're going to post, how you're going to, when the other person is going to read that, or the picture that you're sending, the video that you're sending, is the receiver going to receive it in a good way, or what kind of message are you trying to send? So thank you so much for touching that, and also the importance of having the youth, because as a regulator, you don't want to regulate the space and also work with the youth without consulting and having a proper relationship with the youth. So having that understanding and also having a good, mission with a proper, informed decision, then you will have to, come up with right policies to make sure that everyone is protected, whether on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook.
Yeah, I can quite agree, because if there's one of the things that I learned as a young model, as they used to tell us that if you're going to be a brand ambassador of anything, you need to take care of what you post on your socials, because whatever you post on your socials can be the reason why you're not a brand ambassador of a different company or whatsoever. And we need to also remember that when we're posting comments towards someone or something, just look at it and ask yourself, if someone said to you, would you be happy with it? Because if there's one of the things that I think I struggled with a lot, it's because you can see that I'm a big person, but I'm still a model. So I'd be told most of the time that, come on, models are size 28. What are you doing with a size 36 on stage? Yeah. So that affected me a lot of times, but now I'm overcoming it. So I think if there's one thing that as a youth we need to take care of, it's what we say to each other. Because what you say to someone else might be the reason they kill themselves. That's why the stats of suicide is very high in our countries, because of what we say. Understand? So we need to utilize media in the best way. Just like I said when we opened, that my lecture used to say that the media can make you or break you. So whatever you post has to be something that it's influential and it builds you as a person.
So before the sound team, are we sorted with the mic? They want to.
I think it's on.
Are we sorted? Nothing? Okay, I guess we can move forward while they're still sorting that out.
Yeah. Well, we're trying to sort out the mic. We're continuing with our program. And the next item on our program is the setting of the stage, context and background of the FPB, which is the Film Publication Board, and the background of the FPB Online Youth Summit. And it's going to be given by our interim Chief Executive Officer of the Film and Publication Board, Dr. Mashilu Buluka. Can you please give him a round of applause?
Thank you very much, program directors. Professor Madachi, management of the University of Limpopo, the FPB Council, led by the Deputy Chair, and the FPB team, the representatives from the Department of Communication, who are our shareholders, our partners, Mikasa, Dotzetna, MultiChoice, Nemisa, Media Monitoring Africa, Meta Platforms, Google, the students' population, as well as the youth gathered here. Thank you very much for this opportunity. It's quite, for some of us, ascending this stage brings a lot of memories, because few years or many years ago, we were, okay, thank you. All right. Because few years back, we're sitting here as, I personally sitting here as a member of the student body of this university. And I think ascending this age provides that memories. But unfortunately, during that time, you couldn't ascend this stage if you couldn't do two things. One is you needed to be very, very good in English. At that time, they used to be called English 100 or English 101. So for the students that were doing English 101 like us, English 101 is that specialized English for others, for special purposes. For us, some of us, we are afraid of English 100 because you're coming from the rural area where you only do English during the English period. You couldn't ascend the stage. It was during the time of the current Premier of Gauteng, Premier Makhura was an SRC president, the likes of Homeswana. So most of the people that you see as lawyers today, they used to sit here. The lawyers were very intimidating. So it was always very engaging. And I think that's where we learned the student politics. And one of the things that I remember, Prof. Madache, you must tell Mr. Homeswana, I wanted to say this to him, that I think it was Monday or Tuesday, and then we will have our normal mass meeting to discuss student politics. And then on Tuesday evening, because that's the time at which most of our meetings used to happen, and then one of the students used to sit at the back there called Comrade Kapiepe. I don't know. You see, the problem about the university that you can come to university without knowing the actual name of a person until you leave, because you use nicknames, especially at that time. And then he said the police had killed a student somewhere in Mpumalanga. And then Mr. Homeswana, who was in the SRC at that time, said, tomorrow we are not going to school. We are going to think about this. On Wednesday, we are preparing to mourn the lost life. On Thursday, we are going to mourn. On Friday, we are going to a funeral. So that means the whole week you're going to go to school. That's the nature of the politics at that time. But I think for the purpose of today, really, is more to kind of bring the issues that many of the previous speakers talked about. Professor, I think, touched a lot on the kind of online harms the youth face. But the reason why these things are very important for us is because being online for the youth is inevitable. It's inevitable not for their social being, but also their educational being. These days, for you to get whatever resources, for some is education. You need books, you need material, you need information. Being online is inevitable. But equally, there are a lot of risks associated with that. And I think the Professor Charlie touched a lot on that, together with the program directors. But the biggest issue is, what is it, given all these risks that we are talking about, whether it's extortion, whether it's cyber abuse, whether it's harassment and so forth, particularly as a woman that most of them face online, whether it's about their body shaming or their body weight or size and so forth, whether it's their looks. The question is, what is that they expect from us as organizations like the FPB, which has been given the mandate to regulate or to protect the citizens against harm. This, we do it whether it's classification or even just these days, making sure that the content that is distributed and consumed on media platforms doesn't promote abuse. It's not promoting hate speech based on race, ethnicity, or gender, and so forth. So that's what, as the FPB, we do. Andrew will touch a lot on that as to what is it that we do on day-to-day basis. So what is it that the students expect from, or the youth expect from us as the organization? They expect an environment that is free from harm, in which they are protected. Therefore, there should be adequate regulatory instruments to kind of regulate that environment, and that's what we are tasked with as the FPB. But beyond that, the regulation, they also want to be involved in decision making. Like we said, some of us were born before technology, and if we have to share our own experiences, they may be totally different. I think we get taught on day-to-day basis by younger people on what their experiences are. And I think Prof. Charlie has already, or even I think Delphia talked about it, that we started this journey at the University of Northwest, in which the youth, particularly the students, were sharing their experiences online. Very harrowing experiences, honestly. And the question is, what is it that we have to do as the FPB? We can't sit in our offices in Centurion and expect to come up with a solution. Hence, we thought, we should involve the youth in decision making. We should listen to the youth voices and take guidance from that so that we can come up with appropriate mechanisms on how to intervene, whether it's regulatory instruments or whether it's the communication that we need to share with them. But also very important, and I think it's an issue that came out quite strongly in University of Venda 2 days ago, in which students raised the importance of their freedoms. And I think that's something very interesting. I think for some of us who were born during the time of authoritarianism where there was nothing like freedoms, you understand. Because we lived in that environment where freedom of expression was never a value in South Africa. It's only post-1994 that was expressed. So the youth expect us as the FPB or even regulators, whether ICASA, whether .ZETNA, to kind of balance that which we do from a regulatory space with their freedoms. Their freedoms to freely explore the opportunities that are provided online, but equally using the online platforms in a manner that is responsible and doesn't cause harm to others. And that's quite very important. So we thought, because we are the FPB, we can't be claiming to know everything. Then we should engage the youth. We started in Northwest, the University of Venda, and then there's the third university that we're doing. We are still going to do others, focusing largely on the historical disadvantaged universities, because this is where we think a lot of education is still required. The others that are still on the pipeline, your University of Fort Hare, Walter Sisulu, Mangosuthu, and so forth, to the extent that time allows us this year. But I think the idea is for us to engage the youth at the university so that they can, we know that they use media more, whether for social or for economic reason. There are others that actually use media as to put their bread on the table or as a revenue stream for their economic well-being. And we should be able to listen to them to say how they experience online. And I think you'll hear very interesting stories later when the youth start sharing their own experiences to what is their experience, what they've done. And I think the research done by the E-Safety Commissioner in Australia has demonstrated that sometimes, and especially for women, they experience this kind of things. What do? They report and nothing happens. So the end result will be either you withdraw. The question is, can you withdraw? If you withdraw, then it means you won't be educated, it means you won't be able to cater for your economic well-being. And therefore, that's why we thought we should engage with the students and listen to their experiences. So the purpose of this summit really is to listen to these voices. And hence, starting from the program up until the discussion that you are going to hear throughout today, they are led by young people who are very, very active online, so that we understand what are the trends, what is that they're experiencing, and how, as the FPB, can we make an intervention. The idea is that the report or the information that we gather through this exercise will, first of all, one, enable us to get the to develop what you call an action plan on how should we, first of all, engage the youth. And secondly, one of the major objectives of this summit is to inaugurate what we call a youth council. And I think the deputy chairperson said South Africa will be the second country to launch it, so that we have a structured way in which we can engage the youth. We ran through a process, and just to say, colleagues from the university, we ran an open process, and we were quite sad that the student population from the university didn't volunteer themselves. It was a voluntary process in which they'll do the video and say, I want to serve, or you get nominated by others. The idea with this, it must be representative of the country. It mustn't just be people that are based in Johannesburg, or people based in Gauteng, Western Cape, or even Durban. And I think we hope that there's still an opportunity for people to volunteer themselves, because we are planning to have about 22 in total. At the moment, the one that we're going to launch this weekend will be about 9 or so. But we want to create a structured way in which the FPB Council will be able to get reports on how, or the experience that the South African youth are getting online, and what are the interventions. The idea behind that is that the action plan that as the FPB are going to develop is going to be implemented by the Youth Council that you are going to inaugurate in the next 2 days, particularly tomorrow. So it becomes their own program of action, also to engage with the youth, because we won't be the one engaging with the youth anymore. Because you see, as adults, when we engage with the youth already, they say we are being judgmental at times. But I think when they engage with their own peers, it makes them easier, they feel free, and we have noticed that even in these engagements throughout the universities. We have already done University of, I think, Vaal University of Technology, in the Vaal, we have done that. So we try to create a platform where in which the youth can engage with each other. Then the question then is, why the universities? This is simply because the universities are the spaces where the youth exist. And we think that this is the platform, or this is the environment where in which you can get the majority of the youth that are very active online, not just for social purposes, but also for educational purposes as well. And for us also to try and influence the curriculum that is being offered, particularly in programs such as your media studies and communication and journalism. I think the program director said something very interesting, that before you post anything on social media, especially as a young person, think about the ramification or the consequences. Some of you post very nice pictures, weekends with friends, having fun, drinking, or I don't know, some whether half naked. But you see, whatever that you post can determine whether you get a job or not. Because these days, when you do background checks, then we see that your media profile or your social media profile is not that is in tandem or congruent to the values of the organization. You may lose that opportunity. So that which you post, I think, is very key. And also, whether it's hate speech, whether it's your pictures that you post. Hence, for us, this engagement is very critical, so that, first of all, we get your views, your experiences, and secondly, how do you use media quite responsibly, so that you don't have to do things that in the future may hinder your career moving forward. The universities are fertile grounds for this kind of, whether it's media use or abuses that we often get. All this cyberbullying are happening at institutions of higher learning. 35% of the online harms across the world are on the youth, the impact on the youth. That's quite a huge number if you think how big the world is. And I think that's why we have to do that. But the second point why the universities for us are very important is because universities are research centers. For us as the FPB to develop regulatory instruments or communication awareness or programs that we use, we need evidence, we need research. And that's where I think we can get it. So we want to partner with universities like these ones so that they can produce research for us that we can use to derive our own program. And there are a number of issues that you'll hear will be discussed throughout. Key amongst others will be the trends, the issue of appropriate language that has to be used as well as what are the kind of regulatory inadequacies that we have as a country, and how do we build this moving forward. And I think we are quite excited that the discussions here today, it's so unfortunate that we didn't get as much turnout, but I hope later during the day, because of exam, students will be able to join, so that we get as much information as possible. Our understanding and our objective is that this is not just, it shouldn't just be an event, but a long-term partnerships that we forge with universities. Even the programs that we are going to develop, the Youth Council moving forward will come and interact with the youth at the university, and we'll continue. We are going to develop what you call a program for the youth, but that program cannot be developed by the FPB sitting in Centurion. They need to interact with the universities, and we hope the university will be a long-term partner in this journey of making an online environment a safe environment for every South African, irrespective of age, gender, or race, whether you want to use it for leisure or social or economic or even educational purposes. And we want to thank the university for granting us this opportunity to engage with the student community, and we hope we'll continue to come back at a later stage to implement the program. Probably that's where we can launch that program as well. But I think more than anything, for those that are in maybe communication journalism, we also want to make an input into the curriculum, so that this issue of media abuse or just social media is critical to the curriculum that we do. We know we do media studies, we do broadcasting, we do and so forth. But as we speak in a technological neutral platform, broadcasting is no longer broadcasting. It's everything. It's a cell phone. Once you got a cell phone, you can get access to everything. So we want to thank the university for the opportunity, and we hope to engage further. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Buluka. Am I audible? Is it working? Is it working?
Yeah, is indeed working. But it doesn't feel like they're here. Yeah. Where Lily? Where? Where Lily? I mean, I got my notes. Yes, with everything that has been said, I thought they were taking notes because there's a lot that have been said that it's very interesting. And as a young person, yeah, you need to take notes.
Where are you going to work? The next thing you're working for the Film Publication Board, you don't know anything about FPB.
Yeah.
You went to Google.
I hope the lectures are here. It should be in their exam because it seems like they're not
May?
listening. Yeah,
Yeah,
should be in
I
their
saw-
exam terminologies. What is FPV?
Yeah, I saw my former lectures here. Please set that on your tests.
Please, I also see a lot
yeah.
of my lectures here. I'm actually a little skeptical and scared a bit because what I said, it might actually hinge my marks. So yeah, I need to be very
And
careful.
You have a module, new media. Do you still have that?
Yes.
Habatong Luna. Kanti what's happening?
They even have media law. Imagine. And they're supposed to be writing because there's regulations. They are there in the media law.
Because this is an act, by the way. We are
It's an
operational
act.
like, because of that act. FPB won't exist without that act. Are we aware of that, guys? Please make sure that you take notes because Mr. Andrew Sibab is going to give you a mandate. What is it that we do? And so that you can understand. So I hope lectures, test, Laban, set, question 5,
Yeah.
background
Section
about
A.
FPB.
Question
So
5.
please welcome Mr. Andrew Sibab. Please give him a round of applause, please.
Good morning, extinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, my name is Andrew Swapu, and I'll be taking you through the mandate of the Film and Publication Board. I don't know if I'm audible because I'm losing my voice today. I don't know what happened. Ladies and gentlemen, the Film and Publication Board is a statutory body. It exists because of the law. And we created in terms of our act, the Films and Publications Act 65 of 1996, to do what? To regulate the creation, the production, the possession and distribution of films, games, and certain publications. Now, the aim there is to protect consumers against harmful content, to protect children against harmful material, as well as exposure to things that are meant for adult prematurely. And we also aim to ensure that anyone who involves children in pornography in any way, that person should be punished. Anyone who involves children or expose children to what we call child pornography, that person is punished. That's what we aim for. And again, we're also saying that, and I think these are the things that Prof. Sia did touch on them, that if you were to distribute a movie, a film, or a game, or a publication that has been classified as X18, in other words, as a pornography, if you were to share that with a child, we are talking about someone who's below the age of 18, that is a criminal offense, and you will be punished for that. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it wasn't until the 1st of March this year when our Amendment Act came into effect or into operation that we were given extra power, or what we call expanded mandate, to be able to deal with complaints relating to harmful content that is being distributed online in a form of hate speech, sexual violence and violence against children, as well as what is commonly known as revenge porn. Now, if I may ask program directors as to how or what do you understand, especially as a youth, by revenge porn? I would like to hear from you. What do you understand by revenge porn? Program directors, anybody who is raising hand? Revenge porn, what do you understand? Okay, while you are still thinking, now when we talk about hate speech, we're referring to content that the intention is actually to cause emotional, psychological, or even moral harm to another person. When you say someone is kwerekwere, when you call someone K-word, when you post something to say, let's kill all foreigners in the country, that is hate speech. And in terms of our act, you can actually go to jail for posting such in a form of a film, a game, or just publishing such words online. Now, if you were to be found guilty of the distribution of such content, you can actually be fined up to 150,000 rand or be jailed up to 2 years. But again, you can still be fined and still baorumela trongo. In other words, it can still be a fine, or both a fine and imprisonment. The same when you create, in other words, you take a picture or a video of a child being sexually assaulted or just being assaulted. I remember a few years back there was a video of a child who was being beaten at the school because we took the child pee on himself. In terms of our act, you are not even allowed to begin to take that picture or a video. If you were to be found guilty of creating and distributing such content, you can once again be fined up to 150,000 rand or be jailed up to 2 years. Now, when it comes to what we commonly refer to as revenge porn, which I'm still waiting to see, a hand from the youth. It's their day-to-day I'm not fair. I mean, I'm not fair, unfair to want to hear from them. What do they understand by revenge porn? I'm seeing a hand over there, and there's
Okay.
another hand over there.
I'm coming. Okay. Okay, we are struggling with other mics, so please bear with us.
Good morning, everyone. I think revenge porn is when taking someone videos and pictures, I mean like sexual pictures and videos, out in public without their consent.
We can hear from another one.
Another hand?
Anybody?
Thank you. Revenge porn, right? I think it's posting videos, pictures of a complainant without their knowledge on public.
All right. So would there be a difference if someone takes their naked picture, you guys are happy together, and then they are happy to send it to you? It is yours, in other words, and then you decide to post it. Would it make any difference?
To answer, revenge porn is more like, basically it happens mostly when people are in a relationship, and then mostly, let's just say a girl breaks up with you, and then agree when you're in a relationship, sometimes you exchange nude pictures, and then when they want to break up with you, and as a guy you don't want to break up with them, then you go on social media and post those nude pictures. So that's what revenge porn is.
In other words, distributing a private sexual photograph of someone without their consent and with the intention of harming.
Causing
that
harm to
person.
them, yes.
There is a hand behind you. Maybe let's give the lady a chance.
I think publishing or just any picture, a naked picture of someone with their consent, and it's not porn. Just like the brand that I'm wearing right now. Let me show you guys. This is not porn. This is a brand of a woman's body. So embracing a woman's body with my consent can never be porn. Thank you.
All right. The act unpack what is referred. What does it say? What does it mean when it says a private photo or a video? Now, I'm just throwing it to you guys. If you were to be on your swimming costume at on the beach, and then would that picture be private? Would you consider that picture private? Or let's say a picture of someone who is with bare breast at returns. Would you consider it private? Or would you even consider that picture a sexual photo picture? If I may take it further.
Just for clarity, you mean like if someone just posts a picture of them, maybe with nipples or maybe naked, on social platforms?
Repeat that, you say?
Like, do you mean like if someone just posts a picture of them naked, maybe showing nipples or whatever?
Let's say you are in a relationship, and then you were at the beach, and then you took some pictures. Now you're sharing with your partner, and then maybe when you break up, they even start, posting pictures like that.
Well, I mean, that will depend, if they are comfortable or they give you consent to share that picture. For instance, I mean, someone maybe with a bodysuit or something like that, if they are comfortable with that, then yeah,
Okay.
that's not a problem. With consent, yes.
And there is a hand here.
Thank you. I'm not sure if I understood your question, but in terms of me being in a relationship with you, and we take pictures together, right? Or I take my picture alone, I'm at a beach alone, then I share with my partner so that my partner can see what is missing, right? But in terms whereby we're in a condition where we break up, rather we broke up, me and him, and he decides to post my picture. That's when I would say what do you call it? Revenge porn. Yes, he's not supposed to post my pictures. Beke fire na cause nerjola. But now ka rgawan a tshwana ra post dilo tjaka. Ongusha, I'll post motho wa ka rgawan. Thank you.
All right, okay, thank you so much. I was just posing this scenario so that you guys will also think about them when you post. Now, in terms of our act, if you were to be found guilty of posting such content or what we call revenge porn, you can actually be fined up to 150,000 rand or 2 years imprisonment. That is in a case where we cannot identify the person on the picture or on the video. But where we are able to see, that is Matome, you don't even ask anybody. Everything is clear. The punishment will be ×2. In other words, you can be fined up to 300,000 or be jailed up to 2 years. And in all instances, it's either it can actually be both a fine and imprisonment. And I see hand the program director.
Okay, while I'm working there was an issue at the Northwest University where they had a Facebook account. So I think UL Exposed, we still have that? We still have, right? So one of the students was the content, the pictures that we are talking about, the revenge pornography. The guy shared the nude pictures. So unfortunately, the lady committed suicide, but the guy, he only apologized. So the conversation was, is it enough if someone apologizes? Okay, I want you to ask those questions to the platform providers. Google, .Zetna, even FPP. Andrew, you should answer that question. Who's here?
Hello, everyone. So, like, why as black people, that mentality, if motho maybe re matangwaneng go ba bo Durban ba apere swimming costume motho wa naked, but if you post a picture ya gago maybe o apere swimming costume o le gae go ba apere di bum short o le gae di comment ba tla go butcha re you are selling yourself what but e go le matangwaneng hey you are looking nice hey mitun. So ke na go concern about that, why go le so. And South Africa.
Just for everyone to understand, so as Africans, sometimes our stereotype, like the stereotype is the one that forms this, decisions and beliefs, right? If you go to Durban, you're from Tefluop or you're from Ramutiba, you post your pictures in a bikini, Samola, all right? People might even comment, maybe you're selling yourself or you're doing something. But all is it the Nokas or the pool? They are fine with it. So basically, her concern is why, as blacks, are we ready to judge people, not understanding what the meaning of them posting that content? Them posting that content doesn't mean that they are advertising themselves. So I think that's a conversation that we have to have, because we want to hear your voices and what is it that you want to Google to do. For example, the YouTube, do you know the policies that they do in terms of making sure that harmful content is being prohibited? I think, Mr. Mtombeni, you have to dwell into that. Andrew?
Yeah, thank you. These are some of the topics that obviously might come again during the panel session. So maybe colleagues in the meantime can just give those a thought. Now, I need to indicate that in terms of our act, internet service providers, what we call internet ISPs, in other words, people who are running the business of providing access to internet by any means, are obliged to actually report anybody who is distributing such prohibited content, and actually, and in fact, preserve the evidence for the purposes of prosecution. So, if you were to, share that picture of someone naked, and then you're thinking because you have shared to 10 people, you are going to say, no, it's not me, and blah blah blah. MTN will tell us this picture was firstly distributed from this number, and this number belongs to Mohadi. So you're going to be in trouble. Now, maybe coming back to the issue of child pornography, because it is also a serious issue. In simple terms, child pornography means where you involve a minor, a person below the age of 18, in any sexual conduct. Sexual conduct, be it sex, cuddling, kissing, undue display of genitals, masturbation, and so forth and so forth. So no child below the age of 18 is supposed to be anywhere near those things, because that would be child pornography. Now, in the event that you are creating content, you are a filmmaker, and then you want to create a scene where sex is involved, because you are allowed to do that. Now, you are also not allowed to use children in that particular film. Even if you were to use adults, someone who is 30 years old, but you make that person to look like someone who is below the age of 18. Maybe they are in a school uniform, or you project, or you present them as someone who is below the age of 18. That is child pornography. You are not going to come and say, no, but this person is almost 40. It is child pornography. Now, let's look at the punishment in the event that you proceed to do that. If you possess, or you access, or even try to access child pornography, you can go to jail up to 5 years. Even just trying to access that. If you distribute now, you have it, you got it, I don't know, somewhere, then you forward it to somebody else, you can be jailed up to 10 years. If you create, you now from the scratch, you're creating child pornography. In that case, we leave you in the hands of the court. The court can decide. If the court decides to send you to jail for 25 years, you'll go to jail for 25 years. If it says life imprisonment, you'll go to life imprisonment. And once again, as I've indicated, if you have your pornography, not child pornography, you have your pornography wherever you have, you've got it. And then you expose it, you share it with someone with below the age of 18. You can be jailed up to 5 years or be fined up to 750,000 rand. Now, lastly, program directors, because I've indicated that as the FPB now, we have the power to deal with those complaints, especially relating to hate speech, what you call revenge porn, and sexual violence and violence against children. Anyone can lodge a complaint with the FPB, and then we will investigate the complaint. If we are satisfied that indeed there is a merit to that, we are able to start the process of take-down notice in terms of the ICTA Act. But again, it doesn't end there. We do have a committee called Enforcement Committee, chaired by a retired judge, so it will be able to investigate all these issues and it can impose fines. Program Director, I think let me end it there for now. Thank you.
Let me try to ask students questions here. We are active on social media, right? What do you do when you're on social media? Why are you on social media? What is your reasoning behind it?
Well, myself, I'm actually on Facebook. The reason why I'm on Facebook is because I get news across the world. Whenever I get there, the first thing that I do is that I go on my news feed to check the latest trending news, and then afterwards I go on my wall to check what's happening. Thank you.
Okay, interesting. We have print media journalism. Good shot. And you?
I didn't hear the question.
Why are you on social media?
I'm on social media because I want to communicate easily with people.
But is that the reality? Are you communicating, or are you just there to see things trending?
Okay, firstly, I was there to see things trending, and then I got a lot of pressure because social media has pressure. So I uninstalled everything and then left with WhatsApp so that I can communicate easily with my peers and all that.
Okay. Michael, I don't know whether we have influencers in the room.
Yeah, I think we do.
We do?
Yeah.
Do you have one? Influencers. Oh, am I trying it? Influencer.
Our very own influencers.
Influencers. Oh, but you are the influencer.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was actually gonna keep quiet about it, but I guess they located
Please do
me.
share. Do share, because you're using social media in a positive way.
I use social media mainly because of my modeling career, nothing more. Reach the audience, pass the knowledge that I have with media, because I'm a great activist, I'm a philanthropist, so I use it to reach people and just give a hand of hope. And also to protect media studies, because we've been getting a lot of flashbacks on a lot of people telling us that we're doing a degree that makes no sense. So mainly when I use my socials, it's just to create awareness most of the time.
A round of applause for that, guys. You have to.
Thank you very much. I hope my lecturers are still here and they had questions that are going to be asked. Section A, question 1. What is revenge porn? And people will be scratching their heads while they were supposed to be listening. But I guess it's safe to put it in the exam, because it's very alarming and it's a very good awareness. And I'm so happy because when I read that I was going to be here, I was like, at least we're going to learn today, because I feel like we're just commenting on things and we believe that it's okay to do whatever and pass on whatever comments. And now we have to analyze and see that we need to use the media in a more creative manner.
Yeah.
So without any further ado, I'm going to introduce our next speaker. On our program, it says that we have to have Advocate Numalo, but because of load shedding, she was supposed to join us online. We're still trying to get a hold of her, and hopefully her network will come back. But with that, we're going to move to Ms. Nomshato Lubisi Kosinkulu, Head of Communications Media Monitoring Africa. And before she can join to the podium, I'm going to read her bio. Ms. Kosinkulu is a committee member of the South African Internet Governance Forum. She has led and implemented strategic communications initiatives for various campaigns and worked on projects of digital literacy, media policy, and media research. She has spearheaded dialogue seeking to address critical issues around communications and media. She has key interest in disinformation and digital offenses, digital media, youth development, gender, and media research. She has conducted various lectures and training sessions, and today she's here with us also giving knowledge on what we call social medias and what we use in a day form, and I can see she's already waiting for me there. So can you please give her a hand?
We were supposed to have sound, hey? When they go to the stage, babi na nyana. Meh, yeah, I agree. Sound, do something.
I'm glad the sound is coming after I have ascended the stage. So we'll be seeing the moves from the next speakers. But thank you so much for having me here today. I'm quite excited because this is the type of audience that I love speaking to, because as much as they say youth, I'm still one of you, as much as I'm standing opposite you today. Just to tell you a bit more about Media Monitoring Africa, where I come from, we've been operating since 1993, and our vision is to have a just and fair society that is empowered by a free, responsible, and quality media. We're entrenched with a human rights approach, and hence you see us holding power to account, but at the same time empowering our own media and empowering our young learners, empowering our journalists. Before I start with my session on disinformation and online threats, I'd like to highlight something, since we're talking about youth and what the youth is doing and what the youth can do. At MMA, we have what we call the Web Rangers program, and these are young learners that are empowered with digital and media literacy skills. And their mandate as ambassadors is to go out to the community and promote online safety. So when I heard Youth Council and I heard online safety, for me, I thought of these young learners. And by young learners, I'm talking primary school and high school. So not only are they promoting online safety, but at the same time, they take part in high-level ICT-related discussions. So these are young people also holding power to account, and not necessarily only speaking about online safety, but starting to target litigation, law, acts, etc. So I had to mention that although at MMA we are quite media-centered, but young people are at the center and focal point of what we do. A lot of speakers before me spoke on social media, what it's meant for, what it can do, right? And I always say that social media is a very powerful tool. We cannot take that apart, right? It's a tool where young people can express, their viewpoints also on societal issues, where they can exercise their rights of freedom of expression. But the very same platform is a platform that is used to manipulate. It's a platform that is used to promote certain agendas and narratives. And that's why I always stand by saying that disinformation for me is an intersection of a threat. We spoke of hate speech, we spoke of incitement, we spoke of harassment. But at the underlying belly of all of those online violences is disinformation, because that's how it starts with. It starts with me disinforming the next person. And speaking on that, for the past 2-3 years, or going in 3 years, we experienced COVID-19. And this is where we saw the danger of disinformation. It was quite highlighted. I think it echoed it even more. That we started having a situation where the very same platform that people use to express themselves, to access information, is the very same platform where we had an information overload, where it got to a point where a young learner couldn't even decipher, should I get a vaccination or should I not? It got to a point where people didn't even understand what we mean but when we say a virus, right? And through that momentum of COVID-19 as it started, what we got is we started understanding how disinformation maneuvers, right? It looks for a public that is vulnerable, because that's what we were. We were very vulnerable. We did not know what we were dealing with. It looks for a vulnerable public that has anxiety, fear, and confusion, right? And this is where they come in very gladly so. So speaking on that, I'd like to speak on the definition. We speak of fake news, a term for me that I do not like using, only because it does not highlight the actual threat that we're dealing with. It does not highlight what we are actually supposed to be combating, and that is disinformation, right? Disinformation is deliberate information that is shared to cause public harm. Public harm can come in any form, right? It could be to cause harm by ensuring that people don't exercise their rights to vote, by spreading misinformation around elections. It could cause harm for me not to be able to make an informed decision, for example, to get a vaccine or not to, right? So that is deliberate content that is pushed to cause harm. Misinformation, on the other hand, is what people do without realizing. When I create a post which is meant to cause harm, and you share it for me, you are amplifying my narratives that are false, what you are doing, you're misinforming the next person. And that's where disinformation thrives, that's where it wants to be, and that's how it's amplified. It's not in me creating the content, it's in you sharing the content, because that's how it gets to be amplified, and most importantly, where its impact lies. And speaking to that, in 2018, towards the end of the year, MMA saw that we're dealing with something that really needs a solution. But most importantly, we need to empower citizens themselves to have the power to combat it. And that's where we got Real 411. And Real 411 was launched in 2019 together with the IEC during the elections. And this is an online platform where any South African citizen can go and submit a complaint on any of the digital offenses. So not only disinformation, but also hate speech, incitement as well, and harassment. And doing this, through that experience of 2019, we got to see why we really, really need a platform like this. By the way, it was an African first, and I think even a global first, to have such a platform. And it also showed and helped us to study, number one, what platforms are people using the most to spread disinformation? What kind of content is now being used the most? Because can I tell you, disinformation is not me writing a text post, by the way. It's me taking Palisa's picture and photoshopping it and making it seem like she's doing something that she's not, right? It's me taking a video and altering it with your own voice and making you say something that you never ever said in your life. That is the power of disinformation. And that's how sophisticated it is now and how sophisticated it's gonna be 5 years from now, and I'm not even joking, even 3 years from now. Because AI, as much as we love saying, is always developing. New things are always emerging. The same AI that is doing amazing things is the same AI that they are also trying to manipulate to push their own narratives. So through Real 411, we saw that. Twitter, at 34.62%, is the highest platform where most of our complaints were coming from. Secondary to that, we had WhatsApp at 32%. And just to touch on WhatsApp a bit, WhatsApp is a bit of a different platform, unlike your Twitter, Instagram, and YouTube. And I think everyone can tell me why, right? That's because that's your own personal space. It's a direct messaging platform. It's your friends, your family, the people you want to speak to. So how do I come into that space and can tell you that, listen, this is not true. This is not credible information. So through that space is the biggest space for me. It's difficult to, number one, stop disinformation only because it's a personal space that you are speaking to your loved ones. And it's so fast in sharing because you get that voice note from your mother, you get that voice note from your brother, sister, and because this is somebody you trust, it's very easy for you to just double share without even looking, right? Third to that, we had Facebook at 20%. And we had websites at 5%, and I think Zadna will speak on this, but with websites, anyone can create a website, right? But with website creating content is up to the owner and what they're trying to promote. We've seen multiple of websites being created to promote anti-vax content, to promote conspiracy theories around COVID. It does not exist. I'll touch on a few examples. We're gonna die in 2 years, right? People are creating that content. And then YouTube at 2%. Interestingly enough, YouTube actually took initiative to take down channels that were promoting disinformation, which I found to be quite, quite a proactive thing for a big platform like them to do. So speaking on that, types of violences, the reason why I'm touching on this is only because in order to combat disinformation, in order to understand it, you need to know how it's created. I think that's, for me, the remedy of each problem. You need to know, how do these people create this, and how do I undo it, right? And when we're speaking of types of violences, I spoke on how AI can also contribute or assist disinformation in that. So this is where I'm going to start touching on it. We have a message. It all starts simple. I'm not sure there's somebody's phone here that is kindly ringing. I'm not sure who left it. So when we're talking about a message, it's about what the counteract narrative is trying to achieve. Disinformation always has an element of truth. Always. All the time. I'll give you an example of this. Does everyone remember the time Facebook, WhatsApp, Instagram were all down? Yeah, I think we're all panicking. Instagram wasn't not working, right? The following day, there were multiple, but one in particular, there was a voice note going around, right? It stated, yesterday, Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp were all down, and in doing so, they were busy capturing your information and they want to use it. If you do not share this voice note now, chances are by the end of the day or tomorrow, you won't be able to use your WhatsApp anymore. We all knew there was a bit of a shutdown happening there. That's the element of truth. What it wants you to do now is, number one, share false information. So it tells you, if you don't share this, your WhatsApp is non-existent, right? When I got that voice note, already to me it had said, thank you very much. To me it already said, because you know WhatsApp shows you, shared many times. And I was kind of worried. I was like, yo. And people were really serious about it, right? So message, element of truth. Secondary to that, we have what we call bots and botnets, right? On Twitter, lovely as it is, where we share our beautiful opinions, we've got accounts where you are wondering, why is this person's profile picture The Simpsons, right? And the name is Palesa, but bots are automated accounts that are operated remotely. So I don't need to be in South Africa to operate those accounts. I'm operating them remotely. It's not an individual behind these accounts, right? And in most instances, they act as a network. So you'll find like under one post, there are 6, 7 even accounts saying the exact same thing. But by them doing that easily enough, they're pushing the content that they want across. Because what happens if you go on your Twitter feed and you go across and you see somebody posting, different people posting 5 posts on similar issues? You're going to start thinking, right, it's true. Maybe I should start, sharing. Maybe I should start also posting on it and resharing my own opinions on the issue. So those are bots. But I'd like to add a note on that bots are not necessarily bad things. They can actually be used to promote educational information. They can be pushed for activism in societal issues. So it just depends on who the individual is trying to target, and number 2, what the individual is trying to achieve. So as I said, how you can spot this is looking at the profile pictures, looking at the names, looking at the frequency in that they post in. Bots literally post in seconds. I don't think any human being can type full paragraphs and in every 2 seconds there's a tweet coming out. So if you see in 1 minute there are 10 posts, already that should red flag in your mind, right? Aside from that, amplification. They use multiple accounts to promote the same message. COVID-19 showed us that, and I'll give you an example on that later on. Thirdly, you've got what you call trolls and troll networks. Trolls are meant to dehumanize you, whether it's your physical features, whether it's your occupation, whether it's what you do. I'm going to focus on it from a gender perspective. If I went on Twitter and I spoke on a certain issue, right? And under that post, you get those people who say, oh, you're so fat, why are you even speaking, right? When last did you do your hairstyle? They dehumanize a specific personal future so that they can get you to step down from what you're saying. And this is used specifically when it comes to harassment, right? Where it gets to a point where if somebody's personally attacking what you do, right? I think somebody spoke on media studies. Why are you studying media studies? It's something that you chose to do and you're passionate about. I'm assuming that you're all sitting here, right? So if somebody starts nitpicking that and starts building a picture that you're not happy about, what happens? You're probably not going to interact with them, go off your Twitter and not even bother proving them wrong. So highlighting this, it speaks to how we are all in our own echo chambers, right? Whatever information you like interacting with, your online space bounces it back to you. That's why when you find yourself searching Mazda, all of a sudden Facebook, Mazda, Instagram, there's Mazda, everywhere there's Mazda, right? it's reading you. It's algorithms. Algorithms are meant to study the content that you like interacting with and push it back towards you. Hence, it's building your own echo chamber. Disinformation thrives in these echo chambers because what happens now is that they use the content that you're so familiar with to come with their own narratives as well. So speaking of examples, during COVID, we had an issue where people were selling false certificates, right? But how it started is I would go on Facebook and I'd post, "Hi guys, I'm not sure if I should get the vaccine. What are your thoughts? What are your experiences?" Under the very same post, there's somebody who will come in and say, "Why are you even thinking of getting vaccinated? Why not just buy?" And then they'll leave a link for a WhatsApp number. It moved from that, right, to these accounts actually creating profiles, having false verification ticks, because what does that promote? Credibility. I'm trustworthy. So meaning if you come across my page, I'm speaking the truth, right? And they would say the same thing. Are you interested in buying a certificate rather than being vaccinated? Click here, right? One of the other things was the speculation that all people who are vaccinated will be dying in 2 years. This, we mainly saw it on WhatsApp statuses. Hence I said status, WhatsApp, direct messaging, a quite tight space for anyone to come in and say, how do you know this, right? But the biggest example I'd like to use, and I'm going to not try and give you many examples, but this is one example. I want to show the danger of disinformation and the impact that it has. During the unrest last year, we had multiple videos and pictures going around on social media. One in particular that caught my attention and that really had a huge impact was a video on Twitter, right? It's a video of a burning building, and there's people jumping out from the top of the building. It's quite an emotional, moving video because it would mean that people are in danger, there's people screaming and shouting. The person who posted it on Twitter said, "Situation right now in Jozi. Stay away from Bree Street, small street, guys." Right? Burning building, people jumping out, they located it as Bree Street. This video, at the time, I took a screenshot of it, was shared over 100,000 times, was viewed over 250,000 times, right? And the comments under there were even more scarier, because now people are saying, our country's burning, people are being burnt alive, people are jumping out, no one is helping. If anyone took a second to pause that video, they'd pick up 4 things, right? Number 1, the monument building and the signs on there were not any South African language, even slang language or non-official language spoken. Number 2, the clothing that the individuals were wearing in the video already says this is not in our country. Number 3, the language that they were speaking in clearly was not any of the languages we speak in South Africa. When I screenshot that video and I did my research, reverse search engine, etc., that video was actually from India in 2019. It was actually students who were affected there. But no one stopped and investigated. And then what happened? After now it's been shared so many times, somebody actually picked up and said, guys, but this is not true. Once disinformation has slipped in, to retract and start speaking and changing the narratives, people are so entrenched in the original content that you have to work 10 times harder to promote the truth. So people are not even caring to say, this is actually not true, they proved it, look at this, guys, right? Now, what has happened now is inciting violence because people are assuming that this is what's happening in our country. What this is also happening now is that it's affecting, right, the way we are moving disinformation from offline to online. We're moving harassment from online to offline, right? So I wanted to highlight this example just because it highlights for me the impact, number 1, disinformation has, but most importantly, the impact that it has towards our democracy. The same freedom that I think the University of Venda spoke on is the very same freedom that we should be protecting. The very same freedom that you have right now as being the generation mentioned before of having the I don't want to say the advantage, but the positiveness of being exposed to technology at such an early age gives you the power either number one, to use your platforms responsibly, number two, or to use your platforms to be part of the crowd that disinformation seeks. So that little device, that laptop, that tablet, holds so much power that sometimes, as we're using it daily, I myself as a young person, I forget the power that I have, right? It's either I promote like our young web rangers, online safety, or like you yourself, Youth Council, or I use it for my own narratives, posting images, gossip notes about somebody, right? So I'd like to leave you with three things. I know before they said think before you share. I say think and investigate before you share. And by investigate, I hope you keep the 5 C's in your mind. Look at the context, look at the credibility. Who are you sharing information from? Look at the comparison. Who else is saying this, right? Look at, number one, the confirmation of the information as well. Look at the content. Some content written, it's like this person was literally a fly-by-night, almost, right? And I'm taking it back to media. Some people push content as if it's coming from a credible media house. Some people create websites, Sowetan, at a 1. You won't see the 1, but you'd think it's Sowetan. But from reading the article, it could click that this is not written for reporting, right? And on top of the 5 C's, understand the impact you're contributing towards when you're sharing your information. And thirdly, you hold that much power. Please use it as young people, number one, to promote the rights that were fought for us, but number two, to use that tool for what it actually was meant to be used for. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Nomshato. Quickly, I heard she was talking about the stats, 20% of Facebook, wada. So I want from you, students, what is your takeaway from what she was saying, that misinformation and disinformation? Remember, you had, unfortunately, strike, and there were videos, unfortunately, old videos that made everything to be in a bad way. So I remember I was a student here, so I know that video. So most people thought everything is just, the whole university is burning. So with that, were you participating? Did you know that you are spreading lies? That's misinformation, by the way. You are telling people that university is on fire, is unruly. Remember? So, as an immediate student, as a social media user, what are you saying about that? If they share something that is not true about you. Oh my gosh. Wait, I'm coming. But do you understand the meaning, basically? The misinformation, disinformation. And that is the huge part that most people face on social media.
Yeah, well, during the strike, there was a lot of misinformation going on around the university, whereby there was a fake communique that said, "You must leave my campus in 24 hours or else," you see. So a lot of students were panicking. At night, students were leaving, they were packing their bags to go to their friends' races. And that didn't sit well with me, because we were told initially that we should stay in our rooms and lock our doors. But people didn't abide by that because of the false rumors that were going on inside groups, that the Nyaope boys are going to come and steal and burn down our races, especially the Mushobani, since it's not strong brick, it's just cardboard. They're saying they're going to burn it down and stuff, so yeah.
Do you see how... Oh, you want to... Okay, clap hands for her, please. How powerful lies can change someone's perspective. See, imagine as a student, you're packing your bags thinking, you're going home. And the next thing you find yourself being involved in certain stuff that you are not even supposed to, or in a place where you're not supposed to be. See, even some students were arrested, right? And you were sharing that content. And you were sharing that content.
They
You
were
won't say.
sharing. They must not lie when
They
they
were
say they were
sharing,
not
right?
sharing. They were sharing.
They were
You know, I
participating in
found out
that.
about the strike and I was in church. Imagine. Messages were flooding in that there is a
Exactly.
strike. The next thing, there's a communique racing around. They say we must leave the campus. And I'm like, what? So they're lying. They were sharing.
Yo, comrade. Oh my God. Oh, clarity. Oh, please don't kill me.
To actually add on what she said, like the false rumors that the school was burning and all that, like I got a call from my dad and he was so stressed thinking that like I'm not safe. And obviously, like you said, I'm a comrade, so he basically thought I was part of the protest, of which was not. And then I just want to say that also the media people, they also tend to ask us our own opinions. Obviously, my opinion won't be the same as hers or as anyone. And then at the end of the day, they take my own opinion and they post it and then it actually trends. And then also they can take me a video of 5 minutes, but they're actually going to put on like a 30 seconds video on Twitter, whereby it actually trends, whereby everything is just a lie. So I feel like there's also a problem in the media before us people.
True.
I think we're gonna need Nomshado.
Yeah, and I think it's something they taught us when we did, when I was doing undergrad, and they taught us that there are media ethics and journalistic ethics that we must follow by. We need to ensure that we do ethical reporting, and it's truthful, and it does not have any bias, and is not harmful to the society. So I think it starts there. We need to start practicing truthful media. I get it, there's processes that goes into forming news and whatsoever, but I feel like if we start by giving truthful media news, and then things will be better.
Nomshado did say, investigate before. You have to investigate. Be sure that that information that you're sharing, is it true? Is it necessary? Is it honest? And is it kind? That is our thing before you post campaign.
Which is true, because when coming to the issue of the COVID-19 vaccine, I thought I was gonna die in 2 years. I was counting my years, like, yeah, vele, this is the last one. Let me do something nice and just go back to school, because literally it was trending everywhere. And it gave a scare to each and every one of us. Me being a media student also, I thought I was gonna die. But then I'm thankful, because now I can go and investigate. So without any further ado, we're gonna continue with the program. But before we continue the program, I think we asked for music. I mean, we are media students, the celebrities of the school.
Exactly.
Why are you doing this to us? We're the school of celebrities. That's how they call us. Am I lying? Am I lying? We're a school of what? Celebrities. But then while we're waiting for that, we're going to move.
In the
I must wait.
Yeah, in the absence of the music, please, if you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. You're reacting. Perfect. This is a good audience, eh?
They are listening. They're still here, which is a good thing. So can we move, or should we wait for the music?
No, let's move on.
Okay, it's okay. I guess we'll play it after the next speaker is done. So our next speaker is going to join us online. So we're going to be listening. They're from Meta, the one that is now on Facebook, Instagram. Remember, when you open your Facebook, it's like Facebook by Meta, right? And it's the head of safety policy Africa in the Middle East. They'll be joining us from the Middle East of Turkey. So let's give our ears to Sylvia Musungalangani. I hope I spelled it correctly. We can give our round hand of applause.
Do we have Sylvia? Sylvia, are you there?
As introduced, my name is Sylvia Musalagani, and yes, I had safety for the Africa, Middle East, and Turkey region. I'm actually based in London, but I'm a Kenyan. And so it's always a pleasure for me to
stage is not
engage
my thing,
with
eh? I
fellow
want the
Africans and
people.
especially on issues that are close to my heart. And so with my team's focus at Facebook is on issues around safety for women, for children, for young people and other vulnerable groups who are using our platforms to engage. Safety is a priority for us at Meta, and we take it seriously. And to that extent, we work with a large team of people who are focused specifically on looking at the safety issues on our platform, currently having over 40,000 people resourced for the global safety, doing the global safety work. Our mission at Meta continues to be giving people a power to build community and to bring the world closer together. And there are billions of people who are using our platforms each month who connect and share with each other their experiences, as I've had the different experiences from the different speakers when I was listening in. And when it comes to these experiences, we're seeing people who are using our platforms to raise awareness on important issues, to empower and to inspire people to share ideas. We're seeing small businesses who are using our platforms, and also, and very importantly, and especially during the COVID people, we saw how our platforms are important for building relationships and connecting with family and friends. As I mentioned, safety is a priority for us at Meta, and especially when it comes to the safety and well-being of children and young people. And in so doing, we take a comprehensive approach to making our platform safer for teens, including writing policies and developing cutting-edge technology to help prevent abuse in the first place. So in addition to this, at Meta, we are committed to supporting parents, caregivers, and educators with the policies, resources, and tools to support the safety and well-being of youth online. When we're talking about young people who are using our family of apps, we design our products with the following values in mind. One is responsible empowerment, and we strongly believe in responsibly empowering young people to enjoy the many benefits of our platform. Secondly is offering age-appropriate safeguards, because we know that younger users require additional safeguards for their safety, privacy, and well-being. The third is innovation. So we are constantly exploring innovative technologies to provide great experiences for young people and to help youth stay safe online and solve the defining challenges of our industry. And so we take a comprehensive approach when we're talking about safety and ensuring that as we think about this, we're looking at the policies that as people are engaging on our platform, they lay out what is and what is not allowed on our platform, and this is what we commonly refer to as our community standards. When it comes to the young people who are using our platforms, we take a mostly zero tolerance approach to content that would harm them, and especially when we're talking about child sexual abuse material or child exploitation material. So we do not allow for this kind of content on our platforms, and we use both a mix of our policies as well as our technologies to proactively engage on this content and remove it before it even shows up on our platform. We also offer the people using our platforms tools to ensure that they can have more control over their experiences. So when it comes to reporting, blocking, just knowing who you're talking to on our platform, we offer you the tools to have the agency to make those decisions on your own. We also have resources that we develop in partnership with experts, like some of the people who are speaking during today's meeting, because we realize that we are not the experts in everything. And so when it comes to safety, especially, and understanding the contextual issues around safety, we need to engage with local experts. And in so doing, we build partnerships with organizations across the world and currently have over 400 safety experts that we engage with. And developing resources that would ensure that whenever you are using our platforms, you receive the kind of help that you need. And so talking about the experts, research and expert consultation play a major role in Meta's product development process. So we are increasingly developing our product so that it can meet the safety needs of our users. So over the past few years, we have refined our team's design products for young people based on external guidance from organizations like the UN, the OECD, and as a children's rights group, as well as young people, their parents and educators. Through our global co-design program, we also regularly consult with third-party experts, and as I mentioned, young people, parents and guardians, to make sure that our products, the products that we are building, meet their needs. The UNHCR emphasizes that in all actions concerning people aged between 0 to 17, including in the digital environment, the best interest of the child shall be a primary consideration. So this is widely known as the best interest of the child standard in the youth rights community, and is an important principle in development, in product and policy development at Meta. So for this reason, it's essential that we prioritize preserving the digital rights of young people alongside the work that we do to keep them safe and protect their welfare. Many data privacy laws and regulations around the world apply the best interests of the child standard to how companies should handle young people's data, requiring them to provide age-appropriate experiences. Designing digital experiences that serve young people's best interests requires accounting for a number of different perspectives. So this includes perspectives of experts, perspectives of regulators, parents, and young people themselves. And it's glad as I was listening, I could hear some voices of young people. And so it's really important that for me, even during such consultations and during such engagements, that we actually hear from the young people to learn about their experiences. So I really congratulate the organizers for ensuring that we have young people in the room. And so at times, these differing points of view require us to navigate complex trade-offs. And for instance, when we're building Instagram's new parental supervision tools, which we actually announced last week, parents and some lawmakers encouraged us to give parents detailed insights about what their teens are doing on the app. So as we engage with parents and guardians, one of the concerns that we kept on hearing is that there seems to be a disconnect between parents and guardians and young people in terms of how they are engaging online. And this is making it very difficult for parents to navigate online safety conversations with their children. And so, but we also had from global experts and the teens themselves that it was important to respect the teens' evolving expectations of privacy and to promote their autonomy and as they grow and learn, as they grow by learning and playing and creating online. So this is some of the trade-offs that we have to take into consideration as we're developing our tools and policies, especially around young people. We want to ensure that we are giving young people agency over their experiences online, but at the same time, we are ensuring that the parents have the appropriate tools and resources to support their children or the young people as they engage. So we have to ensure that as we are weighing this, we find the right balance and ensure that these young people also have private experiences, but at the same time, the parents are well equipped to navigate those, what can be termed as difficult conversations around online safety. And so, in so doing, we developed Meta's best interest of the child framework that supports our work around this. And we developed a process to help us apply the UN's conventions of the rights of the rights of the child directly to the products and experiences that we build at Meta. So we complemented our own internal research with input from global data protection regulators to create Meta's best interest of the child framework, which distills the best interest of the child standard into 6 key considerations that product teams can consult through the development process. So when we're talking about the best interest of the child and these 6 key considerations. We're looking at number 1, recognizing and engaging global youth and families using our products. So guiding questions in this section, so my apologies. So when we're talking about this, we engage very closely with young people, with families, with parents, as I talked about before, just to ensure that whatever products that we are developing speak to the needs of the people who are using our products, and in this case, the young people who are using our products. We want to ensure that if we're developing the privacy, the safety features, that they will actually support the experiences of the young people using our platforms. And so the second bit is to create safe and age-appropriate environments for youth. And in so doing, we provide Meta teams with the resources to help them understand how to make the content, controls, and features in their products appropriate for young people they reach. Youth are not a monolithic group, and we do understand this. They vary from age, maturity, home situations, cultural norms, and parental support. And taking into consideration that when we're talking about young people, we're not just talking about young people in one locality or in one country. We're talking about young people across the globe. And so we do have to understand that these young people tend to have different experiences on our platforms, but they also vary in their age, their maturity level, the situations at home. So even when you're talking about parental supervision and accessing devices, when we were engaging with stakeholders, especially in sub-Saharan Africa or in Africa around young people's experiences, one thing that we learned is not necessarily that these young people are accessing devices through their parents. It might be through another adult, an older sibling, and even on the conversations around online safety, this tends to take place between the young people and their older siblings as opposed to their parents. So we have to ensure that we are taking into account these nuances as we are creating an age-appropriate environment for the youth. So we've developed common terminology and resources to help teams build for specific development needs of young people as they grow. And so just and as we continue to do this, we continue to also engage with people from across the world in a program we commonly refer to as the TTC Labs Co-Design Sessions. And I will be doing more of this work within our context in Africa, just to ensure that we are representing the African experience as we're talking about the young people. The third is promoting youth autonomy while considering the rights and duties of parents and guardians. So when we're talking about parental controls and supervision features, we know that they're helpful, and we know that they support parents or guardians in protecting the best interest of the child. But what we also know is that they can also impact on the young person's sense of privacy and autonomy in their online experiences. So we strive to find a balance between these two realities and apply the best interest of the child standards to create tools that support families and encourage communication around healthy digital habits and digital citizenship. One of the things in my interaction with both young people and parents is, one of the things that I'm learning is the importance of creating an environment of trust between the young people and their parents. So when we're talking about online safety, research shows that when a young person is faced with issues around online abuse, their parent is not the first person that they would turn to. And so we have to ensure that we have this in mind as we are creating resources or we're creating this environment where the parental controlled environments, is knowing that this might not be the first person that this young person wants to go and engage with. And so how do we ensure that we encourage these conversations? How do we ensure that we are also balancing with the realities that are on the ground? The fourth is ensuring that we prioritize youth well-being and safety over business goals and interests. And I know in all my interactions, this is one of the questions that I am always asked: are we prioritizing our business interests over the youth well-being and safety? And so for this consideration will give teams tactics on how to embed youth well-being and safety into their products by default. So when we are talking with our products team, some of the questions that guide this would be: does your product encourage meaningful interactions for teens and prevent negative experiences? So this is when we're talking about, safety by design. So we're not just thinking of safety as an afterthought, but we are including this as the product teams are designing the product. Another question can be: when you start using your product, do default settings promote their privacy? We provide guidance on how to help prevent bullying and harassment in our products, as well as specific principles on how to build privacy settings for youth. And a few features that apply to these considerations are, for instance, when someone under 18 or under 16 joins Instagram, their account is automatically set to private and remains so unless they change it to public. So just ensuring that we have privacy by default for our younger users who are using Instagram. We also promote teens who are already on Instagram to consider making their account private. Another feature application that we took into consideration is the Take a Break tool on Instagram. And in this new feature, it helps to support people's well-being by encouraging them to set reminders when they've spent over a certain amount of time on the app. The other one is also restricting adults not followed by a teen from sending direct messages to them on Instagram, and limiting adults from messaging teens on Messenger if they are not friends with them or do not have mutual friends on Facebook. The fifth principle is around supporting young people's privacy in product decisions, and the special considerations apply to youth data, and how we use it. The guiding question that we use in this section would include something like: do you only collect youth information when its use is clear and necessary? So we want to ensure that as the product teams are developing products that relate to teens, that they're only collecting information that is for a clear use case, and also that they're only collecting data that is necessary for that use case. Another question would be: have you considered measures that do not rely on the ability or willingness of youth, parents, or guardians to engage with privacy information? So these are some of the questions that we would be asking. The sixth principle is to empower youth, parents, and guardians to understand and exercise their data rights. Youth have rights to autonomy, they have rights to freedom of association and play, freedom of expression, and identity exploration. And so we must support their rights through our products. As we're developing the youth products, we have to have this in mind. So like all the people who use our services, youth can exercise their data rights to delete their accounts, report concerns, and download their account information. Guiding questions to this extent would include: does your feature or product support youth data rights? Or have you provided age-appropriate data education and tools before experiences contextually and on demand? And we've also introduced guidance internally on how teams can integrate age-appropriate and globally accessible education into their products, so that youth can comprehend privacy information and their privacy choices. So we have to ensure that privacy, safety education is available as young people are using our products. In so doing, we actually released a section in Meta's Privacy Center with information for people under the age of 18 about their privacy settings, ad experiences, and parental controls. And so that's it. I just wanted to give you a glimpse on when we're looking at designing for youth on the product side, when we're looking at designing for youth also on the policy side, what are some of the considerations that we take into account? And so that would be my my presentation for today, or like that would be my contribution to today's panel on like how we are addressing some of these youth issues that we come across or youth come across as they're using our platforms. We also, I had a lot of conversation also when it comes to child sexual exploitation material, and also the issue of non-consensual intimate images sharing, commonly referred to as revenge porn, as I had one of the speakers talking about. And we work closely with organizations such as the Internet Watch Foundation. We work closely with the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children in the US. And their research into this area shows that when it comes to the child sexual abuse material, we are also seeing instances where there's a lot of exchange between young people are exchanging this material between themselves. So sometimes it does not necessarily mean that these young people will be interacting with an adult and the adult will be sharing this abusive imagery, but we're also seeing a trend where young people are sharing this information. And so we recently have been working with the IWF, as well as the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, which is the global clearinghouse for child sexual abuse material, to develop a tool that would then give the young person agency to report these sorts of images on their own. So at Meta, we have a tool that we call the Stop Non-Consensual Intimate Image, short would be Stop NCII, which has been used by adults and especially women who find themselves in a situation where they're receiving threats on their intimate images being shared online. But since we're also hearing about this in these cases between young people, we also now want to offer this sort of tool to young people to allow them to share these images with the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. And what happens when they report these images to NCMEC? NCMEC will then create a specific hash for that image, or like an identifying fingerprint for that image, and will prevent it from being shared on online platforms. So not just on Meta and our platforms, but across the industry, just ensuring that just the same way we prevent child sexual abuse material from being shared, we also prevent non-consensual intimate images that are being shared between young people from being shared on our platform. So like that's one of the mitigations that we are currently working on. And also engaging with stakeholders on this to just see what are the scenarios that we're seeing in different countries, just to ensure that as we develop this tool, we're taking into account the experiences of young people all across the world. So that's it from me today. Thank you so much for this opportunity to come and speak to you. Thank you for all that has been shared before. I'm also really taking in and learning a lot about the experiences and about the situation in South Africa. And hopefully I'll also be coming in person to engage more on these issues. So thank you very much for the opportunity. Are there any questions before I leave?
Thank you very much, Sylvia. That was a really nice presentation. Are you guys still here? Really? Okay, no problem. Before we can continue, I would like to acknowledge the Online Safety Youth Council that we have in the room. We have the Northwest University and the University of Venda. Can we give them a round of applause? You are very much welcome. This is the University of Limpopo, and we are pleased to have you here. My pilot.
I thought maybe you're driving this plane, for now?
We are driving together. If one is not here, then the plane is gonna crash.
I get the destination is kind of far. I thought maybe you'll take over.
Eh, but you didn't put autopilot on. You know, if the autopilot was on, things would be better. But let's drive it.
With the presentation from Sylvia, I've noted some few, things that she said. They have.
Sorry
about that. They have, measures that are in place to make sure that, harmful content and also some misinformation or online harms that anyone can. You can hear me? Volume? Am I audible?
Yes.
Perfect. So, what Sylvia was saying basically, she mentioned something about the policies or the measures that is in place to make sure that they support people who are faced with these issues. And I hope as a Facebook user, you are aware of those. Because you know how Facebook is. UL expose. Yeah, please make sure that you utilize that and also go to their website and find out more information about that. And hopefully, Google will also share some insight about YouTube because we are always there. And yeah, I think she covered a lot, eh?
Yeah, because most of the things that I also heard about teen safety, how parents can protect their teens from Facebook and harmful features and content, how we use Facebook to advertise our businesses, different features. Yeah, a lot was covered.
With the youth council here in place, oh, by the way, they were selected, these people. They applied. They're the most brilliant applicants and candidates that we chose. Please give them a round of applause as they. So as they've mentioned, is it media monitoring? Yes. They said web rangers are from the age of, is it 13? So even here, we have, okay, let me change the mic because this one is giving us issues. Oh. Vario. Is it me or is the sound?
It was the sound.
Okay. So even in our council here, yes, we have the big ones, FBB Council, but we have the youth, right? So the youth here, they're starting from the age of 13. Am I wrong? 13, right? 13, 14, 15, 16, until 21. That was the max age that we wanted. So as kids, and parents, we buy these gadgets for them, and we don't even put measures for them to be protected when they engage with people on social media or even on YouTube. Mr. Sipu is going to also mention about YouTube for kids. I hope, do you know YouTube for kids? I hear yes here only.
Yeah, that's where I had the yes also. It's just only here.
Yeah. Parents, do you know YouTube for kids? Do you utilize it? Okay, we'll see.
That's perfect. So, without any further ado, my pilot will introduce the next speaker and we'll be continuing with our program.
Let me read. So we have Advocate Aurelia Ngumalo, who's joining us online. So she's going to take us through what they do. She's the co-founder of Land Friend and Meraki legal team, and they deal with cyber safety and how to, to encourage citizens to be a responsible digital citizens. So I'm going to give you a background of Aurelia and what she does basically. So Advocate Ngumalo, she's an admitted advocate at the High. Sorry about that. She's an admitted advocate at the High Court of South Africa with a distinction. Is it me or what's the problem? The mic is off. Advocate Aurelia holds a bachelor's. I don't know, is it interfering with you guys? Can you hear me properly? Advocate Aurelia holds a bachelor's. It's so awkward to hear myself. So Advocate Nxumalo, she's an admitted advocate of the High Court of South Africa with a distinction of legal practitioner. She's an entrepreneur, a speaker, and influencer to her name. So we have influencer in the house. As the lead in legal and transformation council member at the Youth Economic Alliance, NPC, she makes sure all processes are compliant with applicable laws, rules, and regulations. She is the co-founder of Lend Friend and Miragi Legal, which is a platform in which they extend an invitation to everyone beyond the parameters of the legal fraternity via the interactions and conversations shared on the platform. So the mission basically is to how to be a responsible digital citizen and also anti-bullying in the schools. Like they have those programs in schools in South Africa to encourage learners to be responsible digital citizens. So please welcome Advocate Nxumalo.
Hello.
Advocate?
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you. Can you hear us?
Cool. Sorry, I was just checking by the YouTube link if I am audible. Thank you so much for the introduction and thank you to everybody that's there and willing to learn. I am Advocate Aurelia Nxumalo. I am the one half of the Learned Friend, which is a platform that we own and have been going around schools and corporates alike to speak on how to be a responsible digital citizen as well as anti-bullying campaigns. Just to touch on what some of the speakers spoke about earlier, especially with the revenge porn, because again, revenge porn has a legality to it. So the phenomenon called revenge porn in South Africa is illegal. Revenge porn, as rightly defined by the other speakers, is by the Films and Publications Amendment Act, is the sharing or distribution of any nude or sexually explicit material without permission or consent with the express purpose of humiliating the victim or to make a profit. Contents can be shared via text messages, emails, Facebook, which is now Meta, Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, pornographic websites, and so forth. And more than anything, 90% of victims of revenge porn suffer severe emotional stress. Further, the Protection of Personal Information Act of 2013, famously known as POPI or POPIA, affords the victims of revenge porn the relief to institute a civil claim for damages against the perpetrator, and as well as Section 99, subsection 1 of the POPI Act specifically allows a victim the right to claim non-patrimonial damages against the responsible party. I do hope you guys are taking notes as you were told so that you can inquire further during the course of the day. To go back to what I was talking about, a victim may also lay criminal charges against the perpetrator. So the accused can be charged with the intentional distribution of private sexual photographs or films without the prior consent of the individual, and or distributing the sexual photos and films to cause harm and emotional stress to the victim. If the perpetrator is convicted of any of these charges, he or she can be sentenced to a maximum sentence of 2 years or a fine up to 150,000. If the victim is identified by being named or the footage is not blurred, this sentence can increase to a maximum of 4 years in prison or a fine up to 300,000. And identification, as actually explained previously by one of the members of the Films and Publications Board, isn't necessarily your face. It can be a tattoo that is known to people. It could be a birthmark that is known to. If there's anything that identifies you in that image or in that video, it is then identifiable, and you could end up in prison or with paying a fine of 300,000. The Films and Publications Amendment Act, the FPA, has come into effect as at the 1st of March 2022, and the Act will now give the Films and Publications Board the power to regulate all online content published in South Africa. So previously, they only had the power to regulate movies and content that appeared on television. Further, according to these new internet laws in South Africa, if any of the internet service providers, as our last speaker spoke about, knows that its services are being used for the hosting or distribution of child pornography, propaganda of war, incitement of violence, or advocating hatred based on an identifiable group, they immediately remove this content or be subject to a fine. That's the requirement from the internet service providers. Okay, now to get into what we do and how we speak and our programs and how we assist. What is a responsible digital citizen? So a responsible digital citizen is a person who has online social skills to take part in an online community and in an ethical and respectful way. Further, being a responsible digital citizen means that behaving lawfully, so for example, it's a crime to hack, steal, illegally download or cause damage to other people's work, identity or property online, protecting your privacy and that of others, recognizing your rights and responsibilities when using digital media, thinking about how your online activities affect yourself, other people you know, and the wider online community. So what constitutes publication in 2022? So before the internet, what constituted publication was limited generally to hard copy prints. But with the advent and evolution of electronic communication, the internet and social media constitutes a publication. So post on any social media platforms, that's your Instagram, your Facebook, your Twitter, your LinkedIn, and your TikTok are all included. WhatsApp messages, comments on online news articles, and any other publicly accessible medium. So what is even more important to understand is that South African law considers repeating or sharing defamatory content as sufficient to constitute publication, and thus defamation in its own right, even if the repeater or sharer was not the author of the original defamatory post. So it is worth noting that a retweet or repost, even where there's a good intention, may actually land you in trouble. So be very careful of posting. Yes, you do not want to be on the other end of the law where you're now having to explain as to why, or explain your intention in reposting, whether you are raising awareness or bringing that up. If that content was defamatory, you are as bad as the author of that post. Now going into freedom of expression. So in order to appreciate the boundaries of what constitutes an acceptable post on social media, one needs to first understand the balance between the freedom of expression on the one hand and the protection of the human rights and the dignity of the greater community on the other hand. So the circumstances that factor in when determining the potential liability for a post on social media are the following: the audience reached by the post, the subject of the post, the intention of the post, the truthfulness of the post or content, and the shock value or sense of shock created by the post. If the post affects only a single individual, the author of the post or comment could stand to be held liable for potential defamation claims whereby the affected person could launch an action claiming damages from the author of the post. In addition, the person affected could possibly lay criminal charges against the author should the content of the post or comment possibly offend a larger audience or community or have a racist undertone. The author could face a complaint at the South African Human Rights Commission. So freedom of expression is a right enshrined in Section 16 of the Constitution of South Africa, which is vital to keep any government in check. But citizens need to understand that this freedom is not unfettered. It is not without limitation. So in some instances, an employer can take disciplinary action against an employee for comments made by the employee on social media, especially if the comments relate to the employer directly or create an adverse image of the employer's business. So freedom of expression relates to the liberty to be able to hold opinions and to impart and or receive these as well as ideas and information to others in any form. Freedom of expression encourages everyone to tolerate the views of others and to protect the rights of dissenters. It is for these reasons that the right of freedom of expression is regarded as an imperial right which is worthy of observance and protection in any free society. The internet has emerged as one of the primary mechanisms that influence and continue to redefine the practice of democracy. Internet freedom is therefore an increasingly important safeguard towards advancing not only freedom of expression, but the broader issues concerning access to information, but also its associated rights. As with all rights, as I've mentioned, the right to freedom of expression requires that it be exercised with the responsibility not to infringe on other rights. In South Africa, the Bill of Rights lines this requirement that all rights be exercised within this limitation of responsibility to others. This is to say that responsible exercise of free expression is such that it is within the confines of expression that does fall within the restraints and limitations of the Constitution. The South African Constitution states that the freedom of expression cannot extend to expression that enlists propaganda for war, incitement of imminent violence, or advocacy of hatred that is based on race, gender, or religion, and that constitutes incitement to cause harm. The need to limit certain rights is due to the fact that careless exercise of the right may infringe on the rights of others and thereby become destructive, as evidenced from the apartheid history of South Africa. It is prudent, therefore, that the right be limited. The internet facilitates freedom of expression by making information easily accessible and allowing free speech. The internet enables the access of any type of information one wishes to find within a matter of seconds. It most importantly allows people to exchange ideas, and it promotes activism by enhancing freedom of expression. And the internet and social media are immensely powerful tools, but so as dangerous for the innocent and unwary. We have seen in the recent lawsuits where employers' organizations have instituted disciplinary proceedings against employees, or even gone as far as terminating any contracts that they have with any brand, or even in where you are employed, over their social media activity and online conduct. There was a key case in 2011 where the Constitutional Court in LaRue versus Day confirmed that the law of defamation is designed to compensate a victim for any publication that injures the victim in their good name, the victim in their good name and reputation. In this particular case, a group of school children created a suggestive image on their computers using the face of the deputy principal of their school. The teacher was awarded thousands in damages, and the court defined defamation as the wrongful and intentional publication of a defamatory statement concerning the wronged party. Prudent users should consider creating new accounts for professional communications, or consider revising their posting history to rid themselves of any controversial posts that could see them in deep trouble in the future, especially if the users are going into any sort of public affair. In a world where hashtags can now be registered as trademarks and you can be fired for a tweet you sent whilst on vacation, it is imperative that we fully understand the consequences and the risk associated with social media. Many of us of all ages have access to electronic devices and social media platforms, and it is important that we are aware of the grave consequences of irresponsible conduct, consequences that might only manifest years down the line. Just like an elephant, the internet never forgets. And lastly, from us, the learned friends, learn how to conduct yourself in a positive manner and make good choices when it comes to using social media. Anything you share online can last a long time, even after you delete it. Don't post anything you may regret later. Your content may be visible to more people than you realize. Check out privacy settings on how to control access to your content. Social media isn't just used by family and friends. Many employers and brands are starting to use social media to screen job applicants or their next brand ambassador or influencer. Use of social media can have an impact on our mental, emotional, and physical health. So don't share your personal information. Do read the rules and sharing policies of the internet service providers. Don't cyberbully. Do create an online environment you are proud of, and don't post rude comments. Do use your voice to make a positive impact. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Advocate. And I do believe that my media students got an act there that always comes each and every year in exam. You know it, right? I was actually reciting
got an act there that always comes each and every year in exam.
That's kind of weird. I was actually reciting it while she was saying it, the freedom of speech. In media law exam is always there. Even when I was doing my honors, I had to go and redo it. So that one, in fact, it's a must. It's going to be there in the exam, I know.
It's very important. We have to know how to, balance. As much as you have the freedom of expression, but you have to know, you have to be aware of what you're saying and what you are literally, communicating with others. As much as yes, you have these platforms, you have access to certain information, and you feel like you have to share certain stuff, you have to comment, but also consider that you're not just going to respond. They said investigate, think, then reply. So we have to balance these two.
Yes, it goes back to what we said when we started, that be careful of what you write in the media, because you don't know which brand is looking at you. Because what you write may determine you as a person who's not good or aligned with a brand. Remember, I said when we started that my lecture is to tell me that the media can make you or break you.
And most importantly, we are forgetting, as an individual, you are the brand. So whatever you're doing on social media is representing you. I remember before I started working at FPB, they always conduct background research. So they even go to our social media to check what you're saying. And recently, we had Miss South Africa, one of the contestants there. She was racist back 10 years back. So she was disqualified for doing that. You can't be racist. As much as, yes, you think maybe at that time you were in the adolescent stage, as much as in the horror, no. It will come back. What did we say? The internet does not forget.
Yes. That was what I was about to say, that the internet never forgets, indeed. Hence, on our Facebook, we still have those memories that we posted when we started Facebook. Yeah, those ones where we were still starting. So remember, what you post, it's one of the things that is powerful.
So do we have questions for Advocate Ngumelo? Questions? Okay. Thank you, Advocate Ngumelo, for joining us, and I hope the audience here will take everything that you've mentioned, and like you said, media students, you also study about this freedom of expression and also even the new media, because now the media involves, things change, you have to also adapt. So hopefully, and we thought we use it. Thank you, Advocate Ngumelo. So without wasting any time, we have two panel discussions. But because we had Meta joining us online, unfortunately, we're going to have one panel whereby Google is also going to join the regulators so that we can hear both perspectives in one panel. So please grill them with questions. Ne? Do we agree? Do we agree? Please grill them with questions. You are using the social media platforms and you're experiencing certain things that maybe they're not even aware of.
Yes.
Let them know and tell them what to do. If not, they'll tell you how it's been done.
And remember, this is your moment to ask. I know most of us have been asking about why are we actually blocking people and reporting them and nothing happens to them. So this is the right moment to ask, why are those people not blocked?
Yeah, we have Musa, someone on Twitter. Who's on Twitter here? Yes, you know Musa, right? The misinformation, the gossip, which you follow and like.
They do.
They
will
do.
never
You follow
agree.
and like, right?
And
So
they
please-
share.
And they share.
Very much.
Ibarileng, distribution of content. If I may ask a question, if, for example, I sent you a child pornography material, I send it to you via WhatsApp. Where's the mic? I want one person. There's a gift somewhere. Please, my colleagues. If I want to know who's wrong here, 2 people or 3 in a WhatsApp, I share the content. It's very like child sexual abuse material, right? And you share to another person. Who's responsible? Who are we going to charge here? Okay,
We
sorry.
said raise, but they said raise your hand. Now the gift is running away. Welele. Away.
So we are going to call our panel list for the panel discussion, and there will be questions, and I want you guys to, interact. Let's have this conversation. You as the youth, let's tell them the issues that you face on online spaces, and also ask questions in terms of the reporting lines, and if you are participating in those issues, address them, share with us. We want to know your experiences, and what is it that you want Facebook, you want, as FPB, we are regulating the spaces, but are we ready? Ask them those questions. Hey, regulatory, hey, online farms, are they ready? Right? Yeah, let's be controversial sometimes and to know more information. I know I'm going to get fired more.
Yeah. And also remember that you better you're going to get fired. I mean, I'm still looking for a job, so it means that my CV reviews are,
Are piling. Okay.
Yeah. And also remember that we also have the Independent Communication Authority of South Africa, which I'm very excited about because since first year, I've been hearing about the ICASA. Now I'm ready. I want to hear questions about, one asked about telling that it starts with the media. So you want to hear about the regulatory laws that you have placed in motion and why are they not being followed? Journalism and all that. And also joining the panel is going to be our PhD candidate for media studies and our master's candidate for media studies. She's my classmate, I can't wait.
Okay.
Yes.
So without wasting any time, please welcome Sipho Mtombeni from Google South Africa. Please welcome again Andrew Sibabu from Film and Publication Board. From ICASA, we have Silas Poshok. And .Zetna. I don't see .Zetna in the room. Where are they? Where? Oh, perfect. And welcome .Zetna on stage. I forgot the name, hey? Lerate, everybody, I'm joking.
And also, please welcome my colleague and classmate, Beauty Machaka. And then also my lecturer and also colleague, Aus Tabisile.
And from the Film Publication Board, we have Andile Mvelase to also be part of, we are mixing this. So we wanted to have one panel discussion and a robust discussion. This is the part where we wanted music for people to dance when they come on stage, right? But the team there disappointed me, I'm sorry.
Audience, are you ready? But the yeses are just... Are you sure you guys are ready? Okay, we're ready also. This is how we're going to work it out. We have our pile of questions as the program directors. It's going to start with us, and then it's going to escalate to the crowd. As you know, questions and answers lead to more questions. So I believe that we'll all interact and participate. And hopefully when we leave here, we'll have bright minds, and we'll learn that whatever we write, we have to be careful of it.
And also as the youth, because this summit is about the youth, you have to know, by the end of this summit, you should know your rights, you should know what to do, and also be a responsible digital citizens. I'm sorry. Do you agree on that? Are you going to be responsible online? Oh, I hear yes here. What's happening?
Yes is only here. Guys, are you still there?
At the back?
Are you still there?
On my right?
Okay.
On my right?
I hear 2 yeses on the right.
Okay. So, Mr. Sipho Mtombeni, I'm going to start with you, right? Sorry for putting you on spot, but it's a must. We know that all social media platforms have, community rules and standards, right? I think here you're going to look at YouTube also, right? So do you think, those rules and standards are strict enough to ensure that users are responsible digital citizens?
Okay.
It's on here.
Okay, cool. You can hear me, right? All right. Dumelang. Okay, all right. So, anyway, my name is Sipho Mtombeni. I'm from Google, South Africa. So the question about, I'm not sure if all of you know that when you sign up to our platform, there's something that we call community guidelines. What the community guidelines do is that they tell the rules as to what content is allowed and what is not allowed on our platform. So for instance, things like harassment and abuse is not allowed. Things like child sexual content is not allowed. Things like violence are not allowed on our platforms. And in terms of coming back to your question, whether I think they are strict enough as they stand. So those rules are based on kind of research that we've done, but also community, and by community I mean you and I, kind of the norms that we have in society. That would guide what we regard as community guidelines. So for instance, if society many years ago would not have accepted seeing people hold hands of the same sex, for instance, the society has evolved from that now, whereas it is more acceptable now. So we constantly update and inform our community guidelines and those rules that we use based on what is happening in the real world. So if I were to think as to whether they are strict enough, I think they are at this stage based on where we are as a society, as a nation, in terms of what are those things that we regard as acceptable and not acceptable. Yeah.
Thank you very much. And I believe this question that is coming next, for me, I think it's to the FPB. Thank you. So the question is, as the Film and Publication Board, what is your average response time to attend to a complaint that is lodged? Here we're talking about when someone lodges a complaint about the sexual violence whatsoever, either on Facebook, Twitter, mainly also TikTok and everywhere. Like, what is the average time of the response? And also, to add on it, do you think that the response time to address and take down the content is quick enough?
Thank you. Am I audible? Okay. Thank you. And I hope this is not from you, Delphia. You said you wanted to be controversial. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, our Amendment Act came into effect on the 1st of March this year. Now, as you know that when you have an act, giving you such mandate, there are some regulatory instrument that has to be in place so that we can practically deal with the issues that arise from that. Now, I want to indicate that currently we are actually in the process of drafting regulatory instruments such as claims handling procedure so that we are able to practically deal with the complaints as and when they come through. So at the moment, I cannot, tell you of the turnaround time as you're asking, because once those instruments are approved, are in place, we'll be able to deal with those matters. So yeah.
Okay. For child sexual abuse material, because you're saying people can report child pornography, right? Even your banner says it. So what is the process like when someone reports child pornography at FPB? What is the process until that complaint has been resolved?
All right, thank you for that. Normally, a complaint will come as a form of or through SAPS. SAPS or members of the police will come to us with, for instance, evidence in a form of a disc or a DVD that contains such material, and then it will be submitted to us. We've got a unit called Child Protection Unit. These are people who are trained to actually be able to identify or to determine if indeed someone who is involved is a minor or not. So they will analyze the content to actually confirm if indeed a minor is involved. And once they are satisfied that a minor is involved, they will, the report will be referred to legal just to do some final, touch up to ensure that this report, if it was to be presented before the court of law, it will actually stand the test of time, or it will hold water before the court of law. So that is the process. Once the content is analyzed and we are satisfied, it will go back to SAPS and then it will be taken to court.
Okay, Sipho, I know at YouTube you have child sexual imagery, if I'm not mistaken. In terms of, for example, if one does see that, or how do you deal, for simpler terms, how do you deal with child sexual imagery?
Sure. So we've done quite a lot of work to make sure that our systems are able to pick up child sexual imagery, in that our AI is able to pick it up. So I think even the lady from Meta spoke about it, that we would fingerprint images that are found to be of CSAM in nature. What we do then is that we share across platforms, we share that information across each other and with other people within the technology coalition, so that wherever that specific image tries to resurface again, we are able to pick it up through our AI and our machine learning systems. What we also do, however, then is that we work with trusted partners and with flaggers. So these are people and partners that we work with either in government or in civil society, who then help us to identify and find such information or such imagery, so that we can pick it up before it is seen by anybody else. But mostly 90% of such content would be picked up by a machine learning before it's seen by anyone. And the last resort would be for reporting, where you as the user would find content and see content that is potentially in violation, and would report that. And there's a reporting button, for instance, when you go onto your YouTube, you would see on the top bottom corner, bottom left corner, that there's a reporting button there where you're able to, as the user, identify that content. And once it's flagged, then that content is either goes through a process where there's a review internally through our systems and through human review, so people who work and actually look at such content, and they would take it down or action it as necessary. So if it is something that is against the law, it would obviously be reported to the relevant authorities, If it's something that's against our community guidelines, but it's not necessarily against the law, then there are consequences for that. So, for instance, whether that person their page is taken down, or that specific content is taken down. But depending on the type of content, but with your question specifically regarding CSAM, if we pick up CSAM, it's definitely taken down and it's reported to the authorities.
Okay. As part of your corporate social responsibility, do you have programs that provide support to victims and users that was exposed to harmful content in your platform?
So we do quite a lot to try and support victims of abuse and sexual abuse, especially even children. We work with a number of organizations, as I've mentioned earlier, who are specific experts in this field. So Google, you might understand, we are not experts in terms of child protection. So we would work with the experts within the field who are then able to provide that support to such victims. So that's the kind of support that we are able to bring. One of the other things that I think I should just highlight in terms of what some of the initiatives that we do as Google is to try to make sure that we provide as much training and information to users as possible. So if you're a user of YouTube and you are not sure, for instance, how to navigate the platform in such a manner so that you're not getting offensive content, there are specific training programs and digital skills training programs that we have put and made available, so that moving forward and into the future, we're finding less and less victimization. And that's one of the ways that as a company, we're trying to make sure to reduce kind of the scourge of and the cycle of abuse in online spaces.
Okay, so I think you are listening, everybody, so that we can, in terms of the answers, because I've picked up a lot of questions, and then I don't want to, as if he's an interview, I want you to engage with him, right? So there'll be a section where we do Q&A, and I want you to engage. Do we agree? Are you there, everyone? Okay.
Our next question is literally directed to the ICASA. So this question is very important. Is your code of conduct strict enough to protect children and citizens of South Africa against harmful content?
You push it up.
Thank you for the question. I'm with my colleague, Silas. My name is Amos Labia from ICASA, and we do with compliance. As a regulator in the industry, we deal with licensing of players within the broadcasting, telecoms, and postal sector. So we deal with that industry of those three areas. The question regarding code of conduct is mainly about how the entities that we license are conducting themselves. We don't specifically hone into the content that they do, because we've got the FPB to deal with that. We've got maybe the Human Rights Commission, we've got the Consumer Commission to deal with. Regulators, by their very nature, can be limited as to what they can do to avoid overlapping of responsibilities. So our limitation insofar as the sector is concerned is we have specific sector conduct, code of conduct. We have one for broadcast, we've got one for telecoms, which we call ECS, ECNS, and we've got the other for postal sales, but it does not so much dwell on online content. It's more about how they behave insofar as providing services and content to the multitudes out there. And it's also not segmented in terms of the youth, people with disabilities and all that, but it is to a certain extent. It's a bit nuanced, if I may use that term, insofar as how I deal with them. But I'm not saying at any stage that we will not deal with them if and when some transgressions happens. But our partners, FPB, are the ones who deal mainly with this thing, because you will appreciate it has to do with publication. And that's brought out there, and that is harmful. And to the extent that the authority, as we call ourselves, is involved, it's more about dealing with a person being in the market and doing what they're supposed to do, and looking into whether they can be taken further. We've got what they call the CCC, the Complaints and Compliance Committee, which deals with transgressions of our regulations and the various codes that we have out there. That's broadly the response I can give at this stage. Thank you.
Dr. Setna, same question from your side. Okay. Do you have to repeat the question? Please do repeat the question. Your code of conduct, is it that strict enough to
protect children and citizens of South Africa?
As the domain from your side.
Thank you. Good afternoon to everyone. So for us, we have a number of regulatory instruments. We've segmented it in terms of the kind of abuse that is reported. So fundamentally, this would fall within the realm of what we eventually take down. And our responsibility fundamentally is to monitor the platforms over which the content is distributed. So by so doing, we deal particularly with domain names, particularly from a South African perspective. So in that, we have a framework which is charters for each of the second-level domains. Second-level domains primarily means anything that comes before the .za. So it would be your AC.za or CO.za. So fundamentally, these transgressions come through the commercial SLDs, particularly the CO.za in our context. So as a regulator, we have what we call registrars, which fundamentally most of them are ISPs, which are internet service providers. So when the reports are being made, either being made directly to ourselves as a regulator or through a service provider which we have appointed, which is called the registry. So the function of a registry fundamentally is to ensure that the ISPs or registrars follow protocol, which is the SLDs that are referred to ensure that whenever the reports are being made, then they are taken through a takedown process. So in essence, what happens is that there would be a report from an individual or from a person who has registered a domain name, which now has content which is inappropriate placed over it. And it takes, on average, a 30-day period for that process to be complete. That is for the reporting to be done, for the investigation to be made. So the investigation is made in such a nature that when the report is received, then the registry contacts the ISP, which is the registrar. And the registrar has a total record of who owns a particular domain name. Now, by so doing, we are able to track with a website that is being developed that is run over a platform of a domain name. Then who are we to contact to ensure that such content is put down? In the alternative, if the domain name itself is registered to perpetuate such acts, then the registry has the authority to automatically put it down. So it is quite important also to note that while most of the time there is reference to an association called ISPA, which is the Internet Service Providers Association, not all registrars or ISPs are members thereof. So as a regulator, we have to ensure that we apply an all-encompassing approach to all ISPs to ensure that at that level we are able to react to the requests that have been brought before us. Alternatively, we have another process, which is the alternative dispute resolution. And for the bulk of the time, it has been addressing primarily intellectual property rights issues. And I'll make an example. You'll find that somebody registers a domain name to facilitate their business transactions. But then somebody purports to register a similar name for purposes of actually perpetuating transactions such as the ones we are speaking about today. So that is the platform to approach, which is carried out by two service providers which we have appointed, which primarily, fundamentally, now we work with the South African Institute of Intellectual Property Law. So even with that period, we have a 5-day period for a mediation to actually confirm as to whether the domain that is being disputed is actually an infringement. So that done internally. And should parties not agree, we have then the option to refer it for arbitration with one of the service providers. And then we will have what we call either a takedown or a transfer of the domain name, basically confirming the legitimacy of the domain name and the ownership, and just tracking as to what it is being used for. Thank you.
Oh, Silas, you wanted to say something?
I just wanted to add on the issue of the code of conduct. I think she still is not satisfied with the answer. But the way it works is that, so we have this code of conduct for broadcasters. So, but we rely on the members of public to launch a complaint with ICASA. So what happens is that quarterly, these broadcasters, they submit to us the recordings for every day. There is actually, our compliance division is too big. So they analyze every broadcasting material that is submitted to us at ICASA. But the problem is now, unless we get somebody who complains about a certain content that is promoting violence and of sexual contact and stuff like that, or that is against the code of conduct, I mean, there's nothing we can do until we receive that complaint, and then we copy, if it's SABC or ETV, because we have, our compliance department would have went through the recording themselves first and certify themselves that it qualifies under a certain prohibited content. And then they when they contact the licensee for response, they copy you. So it will go on. You'll see here that they respond, how they respond to us and to you as well. If you're not satisfied, like he said, there is what we call triple C. If the broadcasters have the opinion that that is not against whatever the broadcaster is not against the code of conduct, and you still adamant that is against the code of conduct, then we are able to take it through the triple C. Triple C is consisted of members of the public, your university professors and stuff like that. We try to get objective view from all academia, your Google. There could be somebody sitting in those panel. They are able to listen to that thing and help us in judging whether the content really falls under that code of conduct. So I can't say it works or not up until you launch something with us. Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. And now I'm quite satisfied with the answer. And then, of course, I'm going to move to my colleague. Yeah, things are starting to get heated at work. So, as a Masters of Arts student, we have seen the videos that have been going around campus about the strike last week. With all the information that we have acquired today from all the speakers, what is your view on everything that has been happening, especially those videos that were going around social media platforms? Because they were there on Facebook, we were trending #1 on Twitter, and then TikTok, it was everywhere. So what is your view on that, Ms. Machaka?
grill me. Hello, I'm your chicken. You can grill me. It's fine.
Can you hear her?
Can you hear me?
It's the voice. It's the voice.
No, it's her voice. Okay. So, with the videos that have been circulating for last week, I think as students we have to be careful about the information that we share with other people. Because earlier on they asked if whether you guys we spoke about the communique that was released, and they asked you guys if whether you were sharing the communique or not. Most of you said that you were not, and you were actually sharing the communique, which you knew that was not from the marketing and communication department, because we did not get the communique via our email. So I think it's very important for us to check the information that we share, because it affects other people's mental health. Other people, after seeing the communique, as they have said, people were packing bags later on at night, and they wanted to go home because they were scared of the things that were happening on campus, and also seeing the information that they got on the communique. So I think we should be careful of what we share, and we actually tend to share a lot also when we are at other places. You know, there are those people that if you want to know where the person is, then you can check their statuses. Whenever maybe a person is going to town, they'll pin Polokwane CBD, Uhuru, shipping lifestyle. So it's very dangerous, because people actually can know where you are, and if whether they want to do something to you. We have human trafficking, so also if they want to traffic you, it will be easy for them to do that. So I think we should just be careful about the information that we share with others. Thank you.
So this question also okay, I also have a question for my lecturer there. Ms. Thabisile, as a lecturer of this university, also lecturing media studies, what are the online harmful safeties can you give to your students? Because to be honest, most of the people that are literally on the sites are posting all the time. Majority, I do check, majority is our media students, and I feel like because they feel that because they're doing media, they're entitled to the media platforms in whatsoever. So what are the safety measures that you can give to them so that they can know that whatever it is that they do can lead to harmful consequences? Yes.
Thank you so much. My name is Thabisile. I'm also a PhD student, and I'm also lecturing. So some of the challenges that I've observed that students are facing, and also I'll go into the safety, as they are doing their research, they do a lot of, they search for information, but in the process of searching for the information, sometimes they're exposed to viruses, and at the end they download things that are not meant to be in their space. So at the end, sometimes they lose their information, sometimes everything is haphazard, and this is something that is very, very challenging to most students, as they want to seek, to look for information from different websites. But the university offers some websites that are authentic and that they can follow, but in the quest of looking for different information, they tend to go all the way out. And then there is this issue of mental illness. So our culture is something that is new, that we are being introduced to, that we now know. But a lot of students, they are facing depression in the quest of too much information coming to them. And at the end, they are exhausted. So in this, this is one of the challenges that they are facing. And I think, as we have learned today, they have to be vigilant, and they have to make sure that they know they are responsible citizens, where they can choose what is right for them and what is wrong for them. As much as they want to learn, they've got the vibe, they're eager, but they should be also learners that know what is right for them. So my advice to them is that they should make sure that whatever information that they ingest should be information that is positive, information that makes them to grow, information that gives them something that is positive. And that's all that I can say. Thank you.
So Andile, you mentioned issue about students' mental issues and everything. So as a social media user, you can hear me? You can hear me now? Okay. She mentioned issues about mental issues, right? Based on the way students interact on social media and what it causes. So as a social media user, what are those issues that you've experienced as an individual? And do you have any questions for the platform providers here, the regulators, you know, and based on your experience and what you have seen?
Good afternoon, everyone. So for the platform users, I think I'll leave that to the youth that we've gathered here today. So when you're speaking about mental health, I think a variety of issues impact mental health, from the foods we eat, from the sort of life experiences that we've had, and obviously a major contributor in this day and age is social media. Some of the things that I've seen, hate speech, bullying, some content that I wouldn't want to see, so X18 content, especially on a platform like Twitter, you get to see a lot of pornographic content. I can say that I'm fortunate enough that I haven't gotten to see some content on those platforms, but you do get to see, in this day and age, we sort of desensitized to violence as well. So if you are keeping up with particularly American pop culture, you get to see majority of the rappers tend to pass away in public spaces, and those videos of them are then circulated on online spaces. So the harms come in different forms and different platforms, and sometimes it's difficult to keep up which platform it originates from. So for example, if I see something on Twitter, maybe it was first posted on Instagram, maybe it was first posted on TikTok. So the online harms are from different platforms. They are difficult to navigate for each individual. But how I've managed to navigate, particularly I think Twitter is getting off the platform. So I do take Twitter breaks depending on what's happening on that platform. So for example, the example that I made now, I think a week or 2 weeks back, we had an American rapper pass away, and the video of where he was shot was posted online. So while you report that to the platform and you wait for that particular platform to take down that video, you have an option as well as the user. And my response to that was to then log off the platform. So I think with the online harms that have been mentioned, there's also a need for the user themselves to curate their own experiences on these platforms. When do you go on these platforms? When do you go off these platforms? Are you spending, 5 hours of your day on TikTok? Are you spending 5 hours of your day on Twitter? Also, when you are encountering content that you don't want to see, are you reporting it? If you aren't reporting it, why aren't you reporting it? Do you not know how to report it? Do you feel that reporting it doesn't change anything? So I think our conversation can go around what the online harms are. I think we've covered that base really well, but I think we can now start shifting to, as a user, when you are encountering this kind of content, what are you doing? Are you logging off? Are you continuing on the platform? Are you sharing it? Are you reporting it? And if you aren't, why not? And what can we do? Are we making it simpler for you? Should we need to make it simpler for you? Yeah. Or is it just a matter of I genuinely feel like that platform or that particular regulator is not going to do anything, so I don't report it. Thanks.
I'm going to go to the audience. Do you have any questions for, we have 1, 2, 3. Can we have mics, please, there? I hope they are sorted. Based on the answers that they gave, it's very important. Sipho here mentioned their standards, and their rules. Those rules, before you use the platform, you should know them. Are you aware of those? Are you aware of those? That yes, I saw I had 1 yes. So yeah, this first hand here. Oh, okay.
Thank you. My name is Kumujo from Gateway FM. On a lighter note, our programs manager, the question go fail. If you got it, we were supposed to be the first people to ask because you got all the questions and but this one it's for all of you, right? In terms of when I'm applying for a job, and you're using the method whereby you go to my social platforms to check my background, am I good for your environment, am I good for your brand and all that. So my question is that sometimes you find that some people we not read on Facebook, and you find people like Welerato are posted and tagging on Facebook and all. I guess some they don't even know to untag themselves. It's there. Let us not install the mind that just because you can untag yourselves, more posting as somebody else can still do it. So it's me, I don't know how to untag myself, or rather I wasn't aware of it. Then people come posting, it's Lerato, it's Tavisile, it's Mamang, keep posting pornography on my wall. I get. So now I'm applying for a job. You're doing the background check of my wall, of my pages, social platforms and all that, just to check what kind of a person am I. So will those things affect me? I did not post them. I was tagged, hello. I get data for the whole month to untag myself, right? So I wasn't even aware of them. So there are pictures, images of pornography and all that. So if I'm applying for a job, would I get disqualified for that? Or it's just, you see that our one-hour talkie, she was tagged. We're not gonna punish her for that. So yeah. Little decide who's gonna take it and be honest on this one. Thank you so much.
We have another hand here. Here. Oh, you have, okay. Karabo?
My name is Sakila Zungu from Johannesburg. I want to ask a question for Google and the FPB. I wanted to ask, how do you guys monitor fake websites online on Google Chrome? For example, Wix.com is an online website builder that helps people create website builders. And there are lots of website builders nowadays days that show harm, that impersonate real-life websites, that lure people in, and they try to take money from them, or just impersonate them and take their personal identities from them. So that's my question to you. Thank you.
Thank you. That was a good question. Yeah? Where do you have a mic that is working?
Yes, it's working.
Okay.
Thank you very much. My question is directed to the Film and Publication Board. As parents, we are very much concerned with the things our children watch on television. And I just want to find out from you, how is the content on television or probably on your Netflix or Showmax rated, and who is doing the rating, and how do you determine the level of appropriateness when you determine the age or whether this is, has sexual nudity or any of those classifications? That's the question that I want to ask.
Thank you. I hope you're taking notes of those questions.
My question is to Mr. Mpo, the Google guy. So since they do not work directly with the victims of cyberbullying and harassment and whatever online, so what do they look at in order to sponsor the organizations that help directly with the victims? And also, what are those organizations actually that they are working with currently? Thank you.
Afternoon, I'm Blessing. My question goes to FPB. If the Constitution guarantees freedom of expression, why are films classified, and what gives the board the right to tell me or my children what to watch?
We have another hand here. And our youth council members.
All right. My question will go to all regulatory bodies. That will be CASA and FPB. So in 2016, if you can remember, the SABC once banned, the broadcasting of protest, like when students were burning the gates of UL here, like the SABC, or anywhere, any community protest, when people burn buildings or are breaking or smashing buildings, windows or whatever, they ban that thing only for the purpose of saying that they want to teach the society, not to vandalize, the property and all of that thing. So I want to ask all this, the regulatory bodies, like to what extent do you go to ensure that you cease all these kinds of online behaviors which are violent, like child porn, FPB, and except for being in the spaces that we are right now. For instance, with this initiative, you are here, you are speaking to intellectuals and all of that. But there are places where there are people who, what do we call it? They have low literacy levels. Like one of the speakers was mentioning that I think, who's that female? I forgot. She was speaking about the misinformation. People target communities which are vulnerable, who have anxiety and will take and run with that information. And that is because of people are not well informed. You understand? So to what extent do you go, what kind of programs do you have to make sure that you cover all those areas that have people who are not really well informed enough, and make sure that you inform them about the policies and also the laws that you have and how you enforce them? Thank you.
Okay. Let's get, let's say 3 questions so that I can answer. Last 3 questions. Let's keep it short.
Okay, I'm with the Youth Council, so my question goes to the FPB. I want to ask, what is the FPB's social corporate responsibility, and how do we implement that in society, and how do they expect the Youth Council to assist in that regard? Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Lilita Ngeu. I'm part of the Youth Council. So my question goes out to Google specifically because it's very interlinked with social media platforms like Instagram in terms of online business accounts. So you get a lot of, so social media is a place that's very prone to having people pretending to be businesses or things like that that are actually very scam related. So how do you differentiate as a user between what is real or not, because you share very, very personal information and very extensive information. So how do you know as a user what, whether this is real or not? Does Do the social media platforms, does Google vet these like websites and stuff and, you know, take them down or whatever the case is?
Last question.
Okay, thank you. My question also to ICASA with regard to regulatory functions with regard to the different networks. We are aware that there are some cards that are just given outside of the street that are not recorded. And people send messages or calls to whoever, and that cannot be traced. So that on its own, it's a safety risk. So how does ICASA deal with that matter? And the other one for Google South Africa, with regard to rural areas, those communities are not, can I say, serviced a lot more than to urban areas and towns. So your plans, or do you have any initiatives that you have as Google South Africa with regard to that? And the FPB, when there is no evidence of a DVD or books or any pornographic material, if there is a complaint lodged, how do you maneuver through that complaint? If there's only a victim, but there is no trace of any information, how are you doing that? And the last one to ICASA as well. With regard to programs on television, like the previous one said, how do you balance between culture and the rights of children? Because there are programs that I have seen that I think can have a negative impact on the mental health of children, or may give children another view in terms of decisions that they can make as children, looking at the cultural side and not balancing the rights of children and the safety of children. Thank you.
I guess our panelists are ready.
We'll be starting with?
Yeah, thank you for all the questions. And I think the lady at the front asked a question to all of us here with regards to employment and the impact of what one may post on the internet. And it has been drummed in our heads already that the internet does not forget. Now, probably with the exception of maybe Google as a private entity, I think, and I'm certain from public entity side of things, we will be precluded to have any regard for your previous content online that you may have put in there. Because of the very nature that as public entities, FPB, ICASA, and others like us, we cannot really disadvantage anyone from employment based on their transgressions for whatever reasons on the online content. However, that is not to say it's for you okay to be irresponsible and reckless with regard to content. And I think one thing we also have to emphasize a great deal, it's about self-regulation. We should start with our own selves and appreciate that when I take that camera phone, that smartphone, and take content and share it with somebody, I have no control as to what will happen to it. It's a simple self-realization, and I think the reason that we are here looking at the youth is that the proclivity of young people to be taking up the use of technology, and what it does is that there's very little thought process that goes into it. In other words, as we learn to be critical thinkers, we don't really get into that thing of say, what am I doing when I take this image? And what am I going to do if some information comes out there that it's unsavory, it's unpalatable, it's disadvantageous to me? So it starts with oneself to self-regulate before you hand over to somebody to do regulation on our part. Now, to move on to specific questions that were put to ICASA. One question was regarding the banning of protests, and I'll allow also my colleague Silas to help with some of the questions if I need something to add on. Something to do with banning of protests around 2016. The matter by the SABC, the matter was dealt with by the regulator, and probably that is why you are unlikely to see anything of that sort. And if you know and have heard and seen the payoff line of the SABC, it goes impartial and independent, and it would appear they are trying to be removed from outside interference, whatever that may be, whether it be government or other bodies out there. So the protest was more a management decision rather than something based on a regulatory framework that the authority or ICASA took into question to deal with. Now, dealing with how ICASA deals with uninformed people out there and the education out there. What we do as authority is we do our best to go countrywide with our roadshows. In August, we are already we started, for the past 2 years, we did not do much of roadshow or road information as consumer affairs in the regions. So we're in Thohoyandou and Giyani doing what we call activations, and then talking about what ICASA does, including employment, including how regulation works and how complaints are taken by the authority. So we do the best we can to go in certain areas. We were in Limpopo, I think next week we'll be in Gauteng. So the country, as you can appreciate, is quite large, and it's not possible to cover every corner of it. So we do the best we can to take the roadshows to the communities out there. And the rest of that, as the youth and as people with access as much as possible to the internet, take time to go to the website of ICASA and see what else we do there. And then we can help in educating and informing those of you or those of others out there you may know and do not have access to the website. Something about SIM cards and not RICA. RICA it's something, what the authority has done is merely to promulgate regulations as to how RICA is to happen. And that has been handed over to the licensees, and they take care of that. And even they deal even with complaints. However, you're welcome to bring complaints to ICASA. On the website, there is a consumer at ICASA where you can put your complaint if you feel it's not being resolved, especially if you take it up with whatever service provider out there. And then you can take it direct to us where we'll take through the motions, contact the person you're complaining against and deal with it. So RICA SIM cards, there's been very little of them doing the rounds, but with people doing untoward things out there, it's difficult to say that they are not being done anymore. So if ever there is something of that nature, please report it, come forward, and let's deal with it. RICA SIM cards are unsafe and are not supposed to be out there. And it could be just a few individuals still doing them. It's not as widespread as we used to know it. And if it's rearing its head, please come forward and report it. The balance of between culture and the rise of children and safety, that's more at the individual level of each licensee. They've got regulations where they make sure that they provide the content. If I'm going to talk about the SABC, for example, they've got a broad and very large mandate to provide culture content and education on the rights and the safety of the youth and the children out there. So they've got that responsibility, and we keep a tab on what they dish out there, and not only SABC, even ETV, and all its 3 channels, the SABC. So if indeed there is something, we don't necessarily dwell down to dictating which culture they may project, how much of it, how often, which days, who's supposed to be there. That would be micromanaging, and we don't necessarily do that. What we do is to ensure that it is safe, it is not harmful, and it does not go against our regulatory framework. That's as much as I can say on that aspect. And if my colleagues have something more to add, I'll hand over to my colleague Silas. Thank you.
Thank you. I just wanted to address the SABC one. In most cases, it's not because they are censoring us, but it's because we have regulations. And when you have spare time, I would want you to check Regulation 3, of the Code of Conduct, where we say, I'm going to quickly read it. It says, licensee, which can be SABC, ETV, and all these broadcasters that we license. We said the broadcasters must not broadcast material which, judged within the context, contain violence, which does not play an integral in developing the plot, character, or theme of the material as a whole. Sanction, promote, or glamorize violent and unlawful conduct. The licensee must not broadcast material which judged within context, because as you know that everything is judged within context. Sanctioned, promotes, or glamorize violence on unlawful conduct based on race, national or ethnic origin, color, religion, gender, sexual orientation, age, mental and physical disability. So if they broadcasted the violence that was happening, for example, here at the university, it would be against this code of conduct. So we're going to hold them accountable. So for them, they are also protecting their, when we issue them licenses, we put conditions. Put a condition like this one, that you shall not be broadcasting violence, any act that promote violence. Last week I was listening to this, I think you were a student from UL. He called and said, this is the language that management understand. Guys, violence cannot be the solution to everything. We were here, during our time, I was here 27 years ago, 1995. 27 years ago, I was here. We used to have a lot of strikes, but we never went around banning. As the constitution of the country says that your right must not infringe on others. During our strike, we'll come and take students out of the halls. But it was also illegal because we're infringing on their rights to learn. You understand? So that's why the police will come to the campus and honor us. We knew that we were infringing on other people's rights. You understand? So what we're saying is that the violence cannot be the language that they understand. We are against the broadcasters broadcasting such things. Basically, we will even withdraw their license if they keep on broadcasting such content. Thank you.
All right, thank you. The first one, background check in an event where you are applying for a job and you were tagged on all those posts. And I'm sure my colleagues in the human resources will consider that you were only tagged and therefore you should not be punished. But what I am sure of that you might be punished of is when it comes to child pornography. If you have, let's say you are being tagged on that post, our act says if you've got any knowledge of someone dealing with child pornography, you are obliged to report that to the SAPS. And if you do not report, you can actually go to jail for 5 years. Not only that, even a mere suspicion, if you've got a suspicion that the person next to you has got material that contains child pornography, you don't even have evidence, but you do suspect, you are obliged to report. So I'm sure if you were to be tagged on a post that contains child pornography and then you keep quiet, maybe you might have a problem there. Now the second question relates to television. How do we rate content? Now, as the Film and Publication Board, we rate content using what we call classification guidelines. We check, we look for things like, scenes that contain sex, violence, nudity, prejudice, horror, and so forth and so forth. So that we are able to come to an age rating. But us classifying content, we do not classify content that is of broadcast material, or it's a content from a broadcaster that falls under ICASA. that will leave it to ICASA. Another one regarding freedom of expression. Maybe let me start by saying that every right comes with a responsibility, or even to go further and say no right is absolute. Every right can be limited in terms of the Constitution. So you have the right to freedom of expression, but as the FPB, we are able to limit your right in terms of classifying content, and then giving a consumer advice. The intention or the purpose is not actually to censor your content, but to provide consumer advice so that anybody who's going to watch your material beforehand, they know, they are warned of the things that they're going to find in that material. They are not being taken by surprise. But where we do not take JoJo, it's where it involves child pornography. There, you're not going to tell us that we've got freedom of expression and therefore you can involve children in pornographic material. There's another one referring where there is a complaint, but there is no evidence. When we investigate these complaints, obviously we'll be relying on our team of compliance monitors, online compliance monitors. We also going to rely on the information we get from ISP. In other words, those that provide internet access, and then they are able to see these things that we post in there, as well as the SAPS. So if from this team we do not have any evidence, I'm afraid that will be the end of the story, because even if you were to take someone to court or wherever, they will say, and they always say, he who alleges must prove. So if we cannot prove, I'm afraid we will have a problem. And I think the issue of social corporate responsibility, maybe I should defer that to my colleagues who will be talking about this Youth Council CEO. I'll defer that to them. Thank you.
Okay. Even though there was no particular question directed to me, I think it's quite important also to highlight that in the conversation, and I'm picking up from various questions and articulation of issues made, just to really emphasize the issue that, whilst we are dealing with these particular problems that we are facing, it's quite impossible that we also take responsibility on how we engage. So I'll make a typical example. A lot of people get defrauded or information or content that is inappropriate lending on their platforms. So it could be via emails or WhatsApp and so on and so forth. So it's quite important to look at a number of issues that we really have to avoid. I'm sure more than half of us, if not all of us, have went onto a website, and then before they actually get to what they are looking for, there's a pop-up where they are encouraged to click. Sometimes it's either it's a congratulations, you have successfully received X amount and all of that, which is spam, which is basically an encouragement for you to end up sharing personal information that can inappropriately be used. Another important issue is, as we go onto the platforms, for a lot of the websites, there's what we call cookies. And people fail to adequately respond to that. There's usually a pop-up, and because you're in a hurry to get to what you're doing, you just accept. Or if there's an option of manage, and you click on it, and then some websites don't give you an opportunity to really sift through what you want to, but you just accept. So those are some of the little things that end up having you dealing with such problems that we are engaging with. There was a question raised about maybe how to identify some of these, we call them abusive registrations. So it's quite important to really get to the dynamic of how domains are also structured. For example, for institutions such as this one, you'd have an ac.za, right? If you happen to receive, for instance, an email coming from somebody saying, for instance, or a website, www.limpopo.com, right? It's those little things that you have to pick up, because AC is particularly assigned for institutes of higher education, right? So if you have such information coming in and you are requested to provide information, then that should be a telltale sign. My colleague earlier mentioned in terms of somebody saying, emailing you, and then in addition to the actual legitimate name of a website or / domain, then there's a one or some character that is added. That is very easy to miss, but it's quite important that we ensure that we look out for those kind of issues. And the content there can be developed to be so legitimate that you believe that this is something that I should respond to, right? Some of them come in a form of offers. I'll make an example where people sometimes purport to send emails offering a tender for submission for provision of certain service. And in return for that, they want personal information, which they'll say will actually help you to advance in the application process. And the question is, we also have that responsibility to do a background check as to the legitimacy of what is being advertised. And secondly, for some of the issues that come, I mean, you know very well that you did not enter any competition. You know very well that you didn't make any commitments in any form, right? And unfortunately, the reaction, I don't know whether it's excitement or what, is quickly to just react to such. And a lot of people have been defrauded. And before we actually respond to some of these issues, some people have lost a lot of money, especially in business undertakings, where they've had to deal with such issues. And I'm saying this also in the context that it's not just, you find legitimate people advancing legitimate interests relating to children's issues, right? And the very issue that somebody would actually want to register a domain name and develop a website that wants to perpetuate something similar to that, and then request, funding for that, is the kind of things that we'll deal with, but which unfortunately have, adverse impacts on the legitimate owners of websites and domains. So it's quite important that in the balance of things, we ensure that as we react, as we engage, we also, at the back of our minds, look out for those nitty-gritty issues that we can actually uphold.
Okay, all right. I think I have a long list. Okay, so I'm gonna answer my questions from the other way around.
Okay.
So on rural areas, what are we doing? I know a lot of people would think that, it's not our core business to be an internet service provider, but we're doing quite a lot actually as Google. We've had a project that was called Loon, just because it was a crazy project. That's why it hence Loon. It was where we tried to use hot air balloons, like weather balloons, to put up signals in rural areas that will be able to beam down internet into those areas. It was kind of a fail because, like with a balloon, the wind blows and then next minute your connectivity is gone and it comes back when the wind comes back this way. But we learned a lot from that project and we are continuing with some more research to see how we can do so. One of the other pilot projects that we're working on now is called Tara. It's basically using laser beams, and we are piloting this in Kenya. We're using laser beams instead of wires to transfer fiber signals and connectivity. And again, it's still a kind of in development stage and in research stage. We're hoping that will get us and help us with connectivity in rural areas. But one of the more kind of concrete things that we've done most recently was to bring in another subsea cable. So if you don't know, most of our kind of World Wide Web and our internet that connects us to the rest of the world comes through these subsea cables, which are dug into the sea, either through, so ours that we've just put in now comes all from Portugal, goes to Togo, goes to Nigeria, goes to Namibia, and then lands in Cape Town. It's meant to speed up, triple the speeds of our internet by 2025. It's meant to reduce our prices by 21%. So that's one of the investments that we as Google have made into the country and into Africa to make sure that we're able to connect as many people as possible. Because now, working with our partner who's OpenServe, formerly Telkom, they are then able to take that extra capacity and now make sure that they're able to bring out fiber into more communities, especially the rural areas. In relation to the other question on the scammers and people and businesses trying to pretending to be legitimate businesses, I mean, unlike the Blue app and the Blue guys, we have a specific system where you would register for your business as it's called Google Business Profiles. With Google Business Profiles, what you're able to do is that you come with your business and you register with us. This is how you're able to see, for instance, if I'm looking for a hairdresser in Polokwane, and then you'll see some profiles come through. So those businesses have registered for them to have that profile. And what we then do is that we take it a step further, is that we do a verification of those businesses. So when you go into the profile, you should be able to see that this business is verified. What we do with our verification is that we check that they actually have a physical space. So somebody from the team, and we work with partners in the country, has to go and see that actual physical address that they gave us, that there is that business, look at their website that it works, look at the email that they provided works, check that the telephone number that they've given us works. So what we've, at least from a Google side point of view, we've gone through that extra step to make sure that we can verify businesses, to make sure that you're not just, the results that are coming if you're searching are not kind of misinformation and information that is going to be misleading to you. Just linking, I'm going to link that back to the question around kind of the fake websites and those kind of websites that are, I think you said they are? Yes, that term. So with those kinds of websites, if you're searching for a legitimate business, you should be able to find legitimate businesses on the Google search when you're using Google search, right? And I must be clear on that. And for instance, then we have a feature that's called Safer Search on your Google. So you can switch on Safer Search, and with Safer Search, again, the results that come in are making sure that they are appropriate and that they are safe kind of bets in terms of the results that you get. We also have an internal policy where in terms of how the search results are displayed, the more reliable sources of information where they have been verified would come up on top, whereas those that are not would come up less or be pushed down to the list to number 10 tab, perhaps. Just understanding and remembering that we don't control the full internet, so some of those websites will continue to be on the internet, but at least if you're using our search platform, we are able to make sure that you have the most reliable information right at the top so that you can make use of that. How do we choose the organizations that we work with in relation to the survivors? I mean, we work with many organizations that are both internationally recognized but also locally. If you think about your UNICEFs, there's the Family Online Safety Institute. There's a number of institutions in Hope Foundations that we engage with and we partner with from a global level, but also locally, so that we are able to find ways to help victims of abuse on platforms. So it really is, even in South Africa now, we are having engagements with some local child safety organizations that are actually looking to find ways for us to collaborate on how we can make sure that we protect kids and victims of abuse. Then, I know this question has been asked, but maybe to give you a kind of a pointer from the private sector in terms of how employees monitor. So the monitoring of your social platforms, etc., is not superficial in terms of just looking at, oh, you are tagged on specific pictures. I think if somebody or if an employer is looking into your profile, they look at what your interaction has been. So, and they would do so differently. Each company would do it differently. So, for instance, to give you an example, at Google, we pride ourselves with diversity, and we promote diversity, whether it is by race, creed, culture, anything of that nature. So if a recruiter at Google is looking at you and they want to see how you are interacting, they may look at specific things to see, well, are there any kind of racist comments that you've given? Are you giving bigotry comments on your platform? And in instances, and I think the example that you're using, something that I've actually also personally faced on the Blue app again, where you get tagged on something, and it's not me interacting with the content or not me prompting the content, but again, this is where we say you as the user need to take responsibility. So you need to first of all make sure that your privacy settings are intact and are such that you are able to have more control over it. So I know, for instance, on that app, you are able to choose who can tag you and who not, who can put you into information and who not. And those kinds of protections are put there so that you can take control of your kind of digital life. I mean, at Google, how we see people's and our users is that we are digital citizens. We're citizens in a digital world, and we always promote kind of a good citizen. So as a good citizen in any world, you have rights, but you also have responsibilities. And one of the terms that we use is kind of be internet awesome. Be internet awesome is based on 5 pillars. You need to be smart, so be sure that you are using correct information, check it, verify it. You need to be alert, know that there are phishing scams, for instance. There are things that you need to be kind of skeptical of information. You need to be strong and secure. Strong and secure, for instance, is about making sure you have correct passwords, strong passwords, and protecting yourself in terms of your privacy. Be kind. I think a lot of people today have spoken about kind of just you as a person, how you interact with people. Are you being the abusive one? Are you reacting to abuse in a way, or are you perpetuating abuse and furthering it? So you as a digital citizen need to be conscious of that and be kind. But also the last one being be brave. Be brave enough to speak out when things are not appropriate. When you're seeing content that's not appropriate, report it. Even an employer, for instance, who sees that you are reporting content that you are being tagged on, or you've done something and actioned it, that goes a long way. And I think it's not to say they're going to punish you for that, but it goes a long way to show the type of digital citizen that you are, and that's whether you would fit into the culture, for instance, of the organization. Yeah.
Let me thank you for your responses. And oh, you still want to give them a round of applause? Okay, again. Andile, you kept on like signaling. Do you want to add something, or do you want to? Yeah. So you wanted to say something.
I will, I guess, add on what Andrew has mentioned from the FPP side. I think there was a question from the crowd on basically how do we know whether to pitch something at an
skills, promote national and global dialogue, and strengthen the FPB and its partners to vigorously pursue child online protection at all costs. I think that's the critical thing. The FPB certainly cannot walk this road alone. So with you, as partners, the collaboration of all the stakeholders is indeed absolutely critical if we are going to ensure that the best interest of the child is upheld in this country at all times in terms of the Constitution. In closing, we thank all our stakeholders that have responded to our invitation to the launch of the SA Online Youth Safety Council. And I'd like to start with the youth themselves first, who responded so well to be our ambassadors. And we know that you are going to contribute immensely to the safety of your fellow youth. And who else, or who better to spread the word amongst the youth? Thank you to the students who made themselves available here today, even though you were in the midst of an exam. We truly appreciate that, as well as your time and your robust engagement to contribute to this dialogue so positively. We, as the FPB, have heard their voices, and rest assured that their contributions are critical and will be considered. Thank you to the regulators, ICASA, .ZEDNA, FPB, and the platform owners such as Google, Meta, that is Facebook and Instagram, and last but not least, the NGO Media Monitoring Africa. I sincerely hope that I haven't left out anybody. A million thank yous to the University of Limpopo for hosting the FPB Youth Summit, and we actually look forward to a long and successful partnership. This is just the beginning of greater things to come. To the FPB council members, management, executives, and staff, thank you for a successful day one. And once again, I'd like to welcome the Online Safety Youth Council, as well as their chaperones. I think I missed that out. Thank you to the chaperones and the parents that were here. And let's embark on this journey with vigor and make a valuable contribution to the South African society. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And in that note, refedite, right?
Yeah, we are done.
We are done.
Yes.
Thank you for being a good audience, and food is served for you. We have prepared something here, for being here and also for participating, and we still want you tomorrow, right? Tell your fellow students to come and join us, because tomorrow is going to be more exciting. So I'll talk to the sound guy. Tomorrow maybe we'll try to have music, right? Okay, so for students, and all of us are going to staff cafeteria, but we have a certain protocol before you go. We're going to allow the university and university staff and also the Film and Publication Board staff to leave first, then students will follow. And mind you, VVIP is meant for the delegates, right? Then first section at the restaurant is for you. So from me, Delphia, thank you so much and see you tomorrow.
And from me, Mwanyana Kutswako Mangwen Unity, the one and only Jay, the model, Jacqueline. Thank you very much for joining us today, and we really hope that tomorrow you're going to be with us. So yeah, that's a wrap.
Before, please make sure, follow us. Tomorrow we want to see your participation, and also today, please share your thoughts about today's discussion. FPB, and at Twitter, at FPB_ZA, Instagram, FPBZA, Facebook, Film and Publication Board. And for the universities, you know, you participate there.
EduLvarsity, remember, at all socials, EduLvarsity. So don't forget to follow and share and like. We will see you tomorrow.
Thank you.